Ryan Wilson, Director of Baseball Operations. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, if you please rise, gentlemen, remove your hats to the playing of our national anthem.
Now we can just back the table up. Yeah. It starts pouring right now. It's fine.
We request your cooperation by supporting all those participating in the competition in a positive manner. Profanity, racial, sexist, homophobic, or transphobic comments, unintimidating actions directed at officials, student athletes, coaches, or team representatives will not be tolerated and are grounds for removal from the start of the competition. Sportsmanship is everyone's responsibility. Please do your part to keep the WIAC a conference of character. Thank you for your cooperation.
That's perfect. That was.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Pruka Field at Miller Stadium as we get set to begin this WIC doubleheader. It's the Warhawks, UW-Whitewater against the Titans of UW-Oshkosh. Thanks for joining me today. We've got an overcast day here at Miller Stadium. Winds are fairly light for the time being, maybe blowing a little bit out toward left center. As Donovan Brandle throws a first pitch strike to the Titans leadoff man Eric Modaf, a sophomore from Oregon, Wisconsin, playing center field for UW-Oshkosh today, as this one's taken for a ball. Brandle so far for the Warhawks, 1-1, 2.84 earned run average, 12 2/3 innings, 14 strikeouts for this left-hander as he delivers another swinging strike. Warhawks entering play today at 11-2 overall, 5-1 in the WIAC. Good start for the Warhawks so far, as this one is off the elbow of Eric Modaf, and the leadoff runners aboard for UW-Oshkosh. Titans entering play 6-6, 4-2 in the WIAC. These two teams playing earlier this week. The Warhawks taking both of those games up in Oshkosh. The first one decided in extra innings. Nick Santoro hitting a go-ahead single in the top of the 11th, and the Warhawks hanging on. Connor Moroder picking up the win on the hill, as this one's off the outside corner for ball one. Warhawks taking the nightcap as well. That was a 9-5 score. So good day for the Warhawks in Oshkosh on Tuesday, as this one's off the outside corner as well, held in place by Ryan Norton. Just to give the umpire a complete look at that one, as this one's hit in the air by Schreier into foul territory, and making the catch is Taylor White for out number 1. So White getting the start at first base today for the Warhawks, a junior from Highlands Ranch, Colorado. Other than that, Tucker Criswell back in the lineup. He is over at third base for UW-Whitewater, enters the game as UW-Whitewater's second leading hitter. Nick Santoro in his usual spot over at short, and Sam Vomhoff at second. As this one's first pitch delivered is a strike to Hunter Staniski, a junior from De Pere and the Titans' leading hitter here in the 2021 season. Batting well over 500 is Staniski. Runner at first is Eric Modaf, and there's one out here in the top of the first. And this one skied into shallow center, and Campbell broke back, then came forward, and now makes the catch for out number 2. That wind definitely blowing out here at Miller Stadium today. A light breeze, not a customary jet stream that we've had the past couple times out, but a light breeze blowing out nonetheless. Next batter for Oshkosh, Jarrett Schielk, a junior from New Franken, Wisconsin, Green Bay Preble graduate, and he is playing left field as this one's outside for ball 1. 2 outs here, top of the first. The runner at first is Eric Modaf, who led off the game with a hit by pitch. Brandle delivers a strike swinging. Brandle's already done a nice job drawing some swings and misses from this Titan lineup. Left to right in the outfield, it's Matt Corman in left, Zach Campbell in center, and Jacob DeMeyer in right field, as this one swung on and missed. Good off speed, pickoff throw down to first, and just getting back is Modaf. They had him leaning well off the bag and should have had the third out of the inning, but somehow Modaf avoided the tag of Taylor White down at first base. So 2 outs remain, 1-2 count now to the Titans cleanup hitter, Jarrett Schielk. Now runner goes, swing, and a foul ball off of the glove of Norton. So Modaf will have to go back down to first. Third base coach and the head coach for UW-Oshkosh, Kevin Tomaszewicz, of course a member of the 2005 Warhawk National Championship team. Modaf now jumping around a little bit at first. He's not going. This one's in the dirt, and he will take second on the wild pitch by Donovan Brandle. So an RBI opportunity here early for Jarrett Schielk, with Modaf now out at second base. Brandle trying to get the Warhawks back in the dugout, as now time is called. I believe Norton called time, as indicated by the home plate umpire. John Vodenlich now emerging from the dugout and giving some orders to his middle infield. This one's popped up right side. Down the line, might be a tough play, and now calling off everyone is Jacob DeMeyer and making the catch for out number 3. So no damage done in the first inning. The leadoff runner, Modaf, left out at second base, and we head to the bottom half. No score here in Whitewater. And welcome back to Miller Stadium. Bottom of the first inning, the Warhawks coming to bat for the first time, and it's going to be Zach Campbell leading off against the right-hander, and he delivers the first pitch down the left field line and in for a single. Takes a big turn at first, but it's cut off nicely by the left fielder for the Titans, Jarrett Shielk. So first pitch from Will Michalski, and Zach Campbell's aboard for UW-Whitewater, developing into a good leadoff option for the Warhawks. Campbell, a sophomore from Burlington. Now Brandle in at the plate, and he takes a first pitch strike from Michalski, who is making his fourth start of the year. 1-1, 5.79 ERA, 14 innings as his throw goes over to first, and Campbell dives back. Also has 16 strikeouts on the year. That's third on the team. Michalski from Hawthorne Woods, Illinois, Mundelein High School grad. Pickoff throw down to first, and diving back is Campbell off the ball from Michalski. So 1-1, nobody out. Zach Campbell down at first. Certainly a threat to run. He's 3 for 4 on stolen bases this season. And we all know Coach John Vodenlich likes to be aggressive on the base paths. Campbell not going, as this one is low and away for ball 2. Brandle on the season, 365, 7 RBIs. He's also walked 7 times. That's third on the team. Got 19 hits, 3 of them are doubles, as this one's low and in for ball 3. So Brandle in a favorable count now. Campbell over at first, with nobody out here in the bottom half of inning number 1. There goes Campbell. The pitch is lined into left center and over the glove of UW-Oshkosh's shortstop, as Campbell is into third, and the throw getting away momentarily on a bobble, but recovering quickly as Oshkosh now, or rather Whitewater now, with runners at the corners and nobody out. So a couple of base hits early for the Warhawks. So the third hitter for the Warhawks is Tucker Criswell, as he grounds one over toward Coach Vodenlich at third base, I should say. Criswell for the season, 545, 4 doubles, 1 triple, and 4 RBIs. Also in those 8 games, he's drawn a team-high 10 walks on the year. Criswell from Tallahassee, Florida, grad transfer from Methodist University, as he takes a strike. So runners at the corners are Campbell and Brandle, and nobody out. Criswell can play to run with a fly ball to the outfield. Good speed with Campbell at third, as this one's low and away and dug out nicely by the UW-Oshkosh catcher. That's Jake Anderson behind the plate. Next pitch, another good dig by Anderson, as Michalski is low again. So 2-2 now to the Warhawks' third baseman. Next pitch is lined down the right field line, and that will be fair. And Criswell is going to have extra bases, and that one is cut off by the right fielder. But Criswell with an RBI double, and the Warhawks have an early lead over the Titans. Donovan Brandle over at third base, so he will be on third, and Criswell will be at second. That brings up Jake DeMeyer, who's been on an absolute tear. 576 batting average, 3 doubles, 2 homers, 11 RBIs, and 5 stolen bases. That's second on the team. And a highlight reel catch last week that ended up as the number 5 play on ESPN SportsCenter's top 10 that night. As this one's taken for a strike, good off-speed pitch from Michalski. Grounded down the third baseline, and fair ball on the bouncer. Brandle will score easily, and so will Criswell. A 2-run double for Jacob DeMeyer, who continues to rake for the Warhawks. And UW-Whitewater has an early 3-0 lead. Still nobody out here in the bottom of the first. And that brings up another hot hitter for the Warhawks, Nick Santoro, a senior from Naperville, Illinois. Runner out at second is DeMeyer. Again, still nobody out for Michalski, the Titan pitcher. This one's grounded down the third base line and fair. Another extra base hit for the Warhawks. DeMeyer scores easily, and Santoro takes a big turn. He's going to go try for 3, and that one is out at third base. So a good relay throw from the outfield by Jarrett Schielk, and Connor Giusti makes the tag at third base. So Santoro is cut down at third, trying to take an extra base on that ground ball to the left field corner. Nonetheless, it's 4-0 Warhawks, and the base is clear now, and that'll bring up Sam Baumhoff. Pitch was a ball. All right, so that'll bring up Baumhoff for the Warhawks as he looks at a strike on the outside corner, 2-1 now. So again, ground ball to the corner by Nick Santoro. That was collected by Schielk, and Santoro was thrown out at third base. Looked like maybe Schielk had a little trouble with that ball down in the corner, but recovered nicely and made a great throw to Giusti at third base, who applied the tag. They had Santoro by a couple steps. This one's bounced to second, and the throw over is made for out number 2. Nice play by Hunter Staniski. So with 2 outs, that brings up Matt Corman. Corman for the Warhawks, batting .300 entering play today. 4 doubles, 2 homers, and 23 runs batted in for this right-handed hitting left fielder. Corman's been a starter since his freshman year back in 2019. Seems so long ago, but really just one season ago. Still a sophomore in eligibility after the cancellation of the remainder of the 2020 season, as this one is down the middle for strike 1. So 4-0 Warhawks on 5 hits here early, as this one's grounded through the middle for a base hit. And Corman has the Warhawks' 6th hit of this first inning. UW-Whitewater making good contact off Michalski. So 2 down now, and Corman at first, and that brings up Ryan Norton, junior catcher from Fond du Lac. Norton this year batting .304 entering play today. 5 doubles, that's best on the team. Also a team high 3 home runs and 8 RBIs. So RBI hits for Criswell, DeMeyer, and Santoro as Corman dives back into first. Again, maybe a little unfortunate, Santoro getting thrown out at third base. As that one's grounded through the left side, another base hit for the Warhawks. Scampering over to second is Corman, so another hit for UW-Whitewater. That's number 7 of the contest, all coming here in the first inning. And that brings up Taylor White, who again is getting the start today at first base. Taylor, a junior from Highlands Ranch, Colorado, as he takes a ball outside. Left to right on the infield, it's Giusti, Sherman, Staniski at second base, and Luke's at first base for our UW-Oshkosh. Jake Anderson doing the catching. Shielk out in left, Modaf in center, as this one's fouled off, and Schreier in right to back up Will Michalski, who is the pitcher for the Titans today. 1-1 count now on Taylor White. Again, these two teams playing earlier this week. These games today also counting as conference games. First two games they played back on March 24th were tallied as non-conference games. So part of that schedule this year put together by the 8-member schools of the WIAC. Two teams scheduled to play 2 more times in Oshkosh tomorrow, and that'll wrap up the season series as this one's skied into left, and drifting over from left field is Shielk, who will make the catch for out number 3. But a good inning for the Warhawks, a solid start here in the bottom of the first. 4 runs on 7 hits. They do leave a couple on base, but we head to the top of the second, and UW-Whitewater leads 4-0. Top of the second, 4-0 Warhawks. And Donovan Brandle is out for his second inning of work and quickly has 2 strikes on Matt Sherman, a freshman from Wheaton, Illinois, graduate of Wheaton, Warrenville South. This one's inside for ball number 1. Swung on and fouled down the third baseline. Yeah. So 1-2 now on Matt Sherman, the right-handed hitting shortstop for UW-Oshkosh, as he looks at a ball away. That one just off the corner. And it's 2-2, 4-0 Warhawks, top of the second. UW-Whitewater with Back-to-back-to-back run-scoring hits as this one's down low. Full count now from Brandle to Matt Sherman. Season series so far, the Warhawks lead 4-0. 2 of those games counting as conference games, as this one's line too short. And right in the right spot is Nick Santoro for the first out of the inning. First 2 games, again, we're back on March 24th. UW-Whitewater with a 14-2 win in the opener. And then a thrilling game 2 that sort of unfortunately ended in a, well, fortunate for UW-Whitewater, it ended in a UW-Oshkosh balk on the mound, a walk-off balk, sending the game-winning run home. And then the 2 games earlier this week, which we've already mentioned, as Brandle delivers high after the first pitch strike, so it's 1-1. The batter for Oshkosh is Sean Cummins, who is in the designated hitter spot today. Native of Itasca, Illinois, graduate of Lake Park. As he fouls this one off, the count remains 1-2. One out here, nobody on in the top of the second. Warhawks with a 4-0 lead. Inside for ball 2. Brandle trying to work all parts of the plate this afternoon. Good start for the left-hander, and certainly a good thing to have a 4-run lead after 1 inning, as this one swung on and missed, and Brandle gets his first strikeout of the contest. So next batter is Connor Giusti, and he takes a ball from Donovan Brandle. Takes high for ball 2, so Brandle behind the third baseman for the Titans, a freshman from Hoffman Estates, Illinois. Very young team, this UW-Oshkosh team, as that one swung on and missed. He had Giusti fooled on that play. And this one's outside for ball 3, getting away from Ryan Norton. Inconsequential with nobody on base. So 3-1 as Brandle trying to avoid his first walk of the contest. He did hit a batter back in the first inning. That was leadoff man Eric Modaf, as this one is taken by Giusti for ball 4. So a 2-out runner for UW-Oshkosh, much like the first inning, where they put a runner on base. Jake Anderson, the hitter now. Another freshman, this one from Palatine, Illinois, with an opportunity with Giusti at first base. Good lead over there as Brandle delivers home for strike 1. Giusti over at first has not attempted a stolen base this year, and I wouldn't expect to see one here, especially trailing early today. Anderson this season enters the game with 2 hits, has scored 8 runs with a double and 2 RBIs. Swing and a miss, and Anderson goes down on strikes. That's Brandle's second strikeout of the inning. And we head to the bottom of the second with the Warhawks leading 4-0. First pitch at the bottom of the second is fouled over the Titan dugout by Zach Campbell, who singled in the first and came around to score on the RBI single by Tucker Criswell. Takes away for ball one. Campbell developing into a solid leadoff hitter for the Warhawks. Entered at play today, 385 batting average, 4 doubles, a triple, a home run, and 14 RBIs as he takes a strike on the outside corner. That figure very high for a leadoff hitter, not normally relied upon to knock runs in, but it's a testament to the bottom of the Warhawks order and how much damage they've done this season, as that one's fouled away for strike 2. Campbell bounces one to second. Easy play is made by Hunter Staniski for out number 1. Next batter is the pitcher, Donovan Brandle. Brandle also singled and came around to score in the bottom of the first as he drives this one into center, and it's going to be playable for Eric Modaff, and out number 2 I should say, is recorded. So Michalski settling down here in the second inning after the Warhawks put up a 4 spot back in the bottom of the first. He's now retired the first 2 hitters here in the second inning. Tucker Criswell now at the plate. Tucker drives one out to right and going back, still going and up against the fence, and it's going to be another double for Tucker Criswell as Schreier just kept going back for that ball, and it knocked right up against the base of the fence. And Criswell has his second hit of the game, second double of the game as well for Tucker. So a good start to his return, his first game played since March 31st, as he now stands at second for Jacob DeMeyer, who's been white hot for the Warhawks, already with a 2-run double in the bottom of the first. Entered play batting .576 as he takes strike 1, 1-1 count to the right fielder, a sophomore from Harshaw, Wisconsin, graduate of Rhinelander High School, has been a highlight machine here, not only in the field but at the plate, as he drives one down the third baseline, and Criswell is going to score. And rounding first and into second easily is Jacob DeMeyer, and the Warhawks now lead 5-0 after the 2-out run scoring double by DeMeyer, his 3rd RBIs of the game, 2nd double as well. So he's been on an absolute tear. DeMeyer now with that's his 5th double of the year. Incredible performance over the last 2 weeks from this guy as Santoro takes a strike. Nick is 1 for 1. He doubled and was thrown out at third, trying to extend that double into a triple. And now Michalski steps off. Santoro with another RBI chance here in the bottom of the second. Michalski quickly retired the first 2 hitters, and now UW-Whitewater with 2 consecutive hits as Santoro fouls this one toward the Warhawks clubhouse. The new clubhouse here at Miller Stadium has been fun to be a part of and see the development of that facility, as this one's low and inside for ball one. Two outs here, bottom of the second. Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. Nick Santoro at the plate. DeMeyer out at second, as this one's popped up into left field and drifting down the line and making the catch in foul territory is Jarrett Schielk for out number 3. But the Warhawks add another one on the 2-out double by Jacob DeMeyer. And after 2, the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. Top of the third, and the Warhawks lead the Titans 5-0, as the first batter of the inning is Griffith Lukes, and he's ahead of Donovan Brandle 2-0. Lucas looks at another ball, and it's 3-0. Lucas, a junior from Hartford, Wisconsin, graduate of Hartford Union, as Brandle delivers a strike for the first time in this at-bat. Hit the inside corner. UW-Whitewater with a 5-0 lead, 9 hits on the board already. This one is on the outside corner for strike 2. So Brandle trying to battle all the way back here against Griffith Lucas. He's playing first base. Swing and a miss by Lucas. And strikeout number 3 for Donovan Brandle generates the first out of the third inning. So that'll bring us back to the top, and it's Eric Modaf, center fielder from Oregon, Wisconsin. He officially is 0 for 0 today, was hit by a pitch back in the first inning and left stranded out at second base. So big swing and a miss on a good off-speed pitch by Brandle. Again, the wind always a factor here at Miller Stadium, is blowing a little softer than you would normally see for an April contest, but blowing out nonetheless, as this one's dribbled down the first baseline and foul for strike 2. The Warhawks 11-2 entering play today. 5-1 in the league, as this one's hit foul against the netting. Trying to get a couple more wins today before turning around and getting on the bus to head to Oshkosh tomorrow, as this one's off the plate for ball 1. Modaf at 348 entering the game today, as he hits one foul over the Oshkosh dugout. 3 doubles, 4 home runs. That leads the team. And 9 RBIs. Also 8 stolen bases. That figure is number 1 on the team, as this one off speed and off the plate for ball 2. So Brandle 2-2 now, pitching to Eric Modaf, who he hit with a pitch in the first inning. This one's lined out to left, drifting over, and making the catch is Corman for the second out. Hit well by Modaf, just hit it right at Matt Corman. That ball tailing back toward the left field line, and Corman was in the perfect spot. So 2 are away, and that brings up Ethan Schreier. Schreier looks at a first pitch strike. 2 down, the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead here in the top of the third. Schreier looks at a ball low and inside. Another freshman starter for the Titans, Naperville, Illinois. Area that many here at UW-Whitewater are very familiar with. A lot of suburban Chicago natives here at Whitewater, as this one's taken for ball 2. Schreier today is 0 for 1 and swings through a strike from Brandle. It's 2-2 now with 2 outs in the top of the third. Nobody on base, and the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. Titans 6-6 overall entering today's game, 4-2 in the WIC. This one's lined to left, and this one's going to get down in front of Corman for a 2-out hit. So the Titans with their first hit of the game off the bat of Ethan Schreier, and that brings up Hunter Staniski. Staniski with a fly out back in the first inning, with an opportunity here with 2 away. Titans have had runners on in each inning, but nothing to show for it in the run column on the scoreboard. This one's lined over to third base, and Criswell makes a diving catch toward the left field line for out number 3. So the Warhawks well positioned. The Titans getting a couple of good, putting together a couple of good at bats against Donovan Brandle, but Brandle keeps the UW-Oshkosh offense at bay. We head to the bottom of the third, and the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. Bottom of the third, and the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. As Michalski out for his third inning of work, he'll face Sam Vomhoff to start things off. Vomhoff is hitless in his only at bat so far, playing second base, swings and fouls one off for strike 2. Vomhoff has been sort of platooning a little bit. I don't think it's a matchup thing, but Coach John Vodenlich playing both Vomhoff and Brian Sturdivant over at second base so far this year. This one's lined into left center, and that'll drop for a base hit. Getting to it quickly is Schielk, and Vomhoff will be limited to a single to lead off the bottom of the third. That's already the Warhawks' 10th hit of the contest against Will Michalski. And that brings up Matt Corman, who singled back in the first. It was one of 7 hits that inning for the Warhawks. 4 runs coming around to score, and then 1 in the second as well. So the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead all told. And Vomhoff stays at first despite the wild pitch, or the ball in the dirt there, I should say. Good stop by Anderson to keep it in front of him, and Vomhoff didn't have much of a choice but to stay at first. So 1-0 against Corman, the Warhawks right-handed hitting left fielder. And he takes another off-speed pitch in the dirt. Good job by Anderson. That ball bouncing a little truer off this synthetic surface, the field turf that we've got here at Miller Stadium. And this one's delivered right down the middle for strike 1, and I think Corman maybe regretted not taking a hack at that pitch. 2-1 now. Corman still ahead of Michalski as Vomhoff leads away from first. There goes Vomhoff. Swung on and missed. Throw down to second is not in time. And it was actually dropped down by Staniski, but I'm not sure they would have had Vomhoff anyway. That throw by Anderson a little bit to the third base side of the bag. So Vomhoff now in scoring position with nobody out, and Corman at the plate as he checked his swing, appeal down to field umpire. He did not go around. So 3-2 now to Matt Corman. Warhawks looking for more here, already leading 5-0 as this one's bounced down the third baseline and foul. Corman stays alive at 3-2. Warhawks again will travel to UW-Oshkosh tomorrow. Those 2 games not counting against the conference record. And this one's off the glove of Anderson on a third strike swinging, and Corman is going to go down to first base and Vomhoff to third. So runners at the corners with nobody out here in the third. So nobody out, runners at the corners, and that brings up Ryan Norton, and there goes Corman, and this one's fouled away by Norton. So we'll reset again, 0-1. Nobody out, runners at the corners. The Warhawks with a 5-0 advantage, and looking to add on to that here in the third inning. And Corman on the delayed steal and bluff of a throw by Anderson, and he will hold. So a stolen base for Matt Corman, who got a big jump and then went the rest of the way, and Anderson really had no chance to throw him out. So second and third now with nobody out, and Ryan Norton at the plate with a 1-1 count. This one's chopped toward third and foul over the head of the Warhawks head coach, John Vodenlich. 1-2 now. Warhawks, again, after tomorrow's games at UW-Oshkosh, traveling next week to UW-Platteville. They'll take on the Pioneers on April 14th. That's a Wednesday. 1 o'clock doubleheader down in Platteville. Those games will count toward the conference record as Norton looks at strike 3. So a strikeout for Michalski, his second of the game. And that brings up Taylor White for UW-Whitewater. Taylor 0 for 1 today. Now has an opportunity with second and third and 1 out. He can drive home the runner at third with a deep fly ball. Also plenty of space to drop a base hit as he takes a strike on the outside corner. Taylor's playing time has been limited so far, but he's making his 4th start of the season. 3 for 10 entering play today with 1 double and 2 RBIs. Left-handed hitting first baseman for UW-Whitewater. This one's fouled straight back to the screen. He had a good pitch to hit and just missed the barrel of the bat. So it's 0-2 now. Quickly, Michalski to Taylor White with Sam Vomhoff at third and Matt Corman over at second base. Next pitch is outside for ball 1. And the Pioneers so far of UW-Platteville, 8-4 with a 4-2 WIC record. So those games will be fun to watch next week. 2 of the teams currently slotted in the upper tier of the WIC standings, as this one swung on and missed by Taylor White, and another strikeout for Michalski. That's his 3rd of the inning. Corman advancing to first on that pass ball. Otherwise, Michalski would be out of the inning after the leadoff hit by Sam Vomhoff. But now he'll have to face Zach Campbell, Warhawks leadoff hitting center fielder. 2 on and 2 out. Bottom of the 3rd. Outside for ball 1. Campbell 1 for 2 today. He grounded out to second back in the 2nd inning, so already making his 3rd plate appearance for UW-Whitewater. This one is on the outside corner for strike 1. Michalski finding a bit of rhythm here in the bottom of the 3rd after that leadoff hit by Sam Vomhoff. Warhawks with 5 runs on 10 hits so far. And this one's bounced towards first. Going to be a tough play to get Campbell. Throw over, Michalski covering, and the play is made. Nice job by Lucas and Michalski on that high bouncer by Zach Campbell. And so the Warhawks had second and third with nobody out and failed to score here in the bottom of the 3rd. We head to the 4th, and the Warhawks lead 5-0. top of the fourth, and Jarrett Shielk takes a first pitch ball from Donovan Brandle, who's out for his fourth inning of work. Next pitch is low for ball 2. The Titans have had a runner on in each inning. 1 hit by a pitch, 1 walk, and 1 hit. But 0 in the run column for the Titans so far, as Shielk is way ahead of Donovan Brandle, 3-0. Next pitch is outside for ball 4. So Shielk draws a 4-pitch walk to start the top of the fourth. UW-Whitewater with a 5-0 lead. And Matt Sherman is the batter. Sherman flew out in his lone at-bat of the game. Takes a strike right down the middle from Donovan Brandle. Sherman entered the game 386 with 3 doubles and 3 homers, also 23 RBIs. That leads the team. As this one's down low in the dirt, and taking off to second is Jarrett Shielk, and he'll slide in safely after the wild pitch by Brandle. Norton did a good job to keep it in front of him, but just bounced a little too far away out in front of the plate, and Shielk was able to advance to second after getting a good jump off first. So Titans in business with a runner in scoring position and nobody out. Brandle deals away for ball 2. Donovan having a little bit of trouble finding the strike zone, and here comes John Vodenlich out of the dugout to talk things over with his left-handed starter. Warhawks with 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors so far. Titans with no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. UW-Oshkosh has drawn a couple of walks, also hit by a pitch. So they've been on base, they just haven't been able to bring the runners around. Warhawks have also left some men on base, 5 so far. 2 last inning, leaving runners at second and third. They were there with nobody out. They just unfortunately a couple of strikeouts and then the ground out to end the inning. This one's skied into shallow right, and medium depth. Making the catch is DeMeyer, and throws a rope into Nick Santoro, the cutoff man, for out number 1, and that'll bring up Sean Cummins, who's 0 for 1 today, the designated hitter for the Titans, with a runner at second and 1 out. First pitch is bunted down the third baseline. Picking it clean is Brandle. Good throw to first base to get the runner. That's Sean Cummins. Advancing to third on the play was Jarrett Shielk. So 2 outs now and a runner at third for the Titans here in the top of the fourth. That'll bring up Connor Giusti. Giusti officially 0 for 0 today. He drew a walk back in the second inning. So good play there by Brandle coming off the mound and making a good strong throw to Taylor White. And now the first pitch is popped up foul behind home plate and bouncing on the platform here behind home plate for strike 1. Giusti entered play today with 8 hits. As he hits this one foul back against the netting, so quickly ahead Brandle of Connor Giusti, 0-2. Runner out at third is Shielk. He walked on 4 pitches to start the inning and has advanced on a wild pitch And the bunt by Sean Cummins. Cummins was trying to bunt for a base hit. Didn't have the look of a sacrifice there, and would be surprising to do that given the 1 out on the board, as this one's fouled away by Giusti, and he stays 0-2. Two outs, top of the fourth. Warhawks with a 5-0 lead, but the Titans with a runner out at third base. But there are 2 outs for UW-Whitewater as this one's bounced down the third baseline. Another foul ball. A nice day here at Miller Stadium. Weren't sure entering play today, or earlier in the week, if we would get the games in today, as there was plenty of rain in the forecast, but things have cleared up as the week has gone along. And here we are playing a WIC doubleheader as this one's fouled away again by Giusti. So we'll reset at 0-2. Brandle had a little trouble at the start of the inning with his control, and now seems to have found a rhythm, and he's pumping into the strike zone here. Ahead of Giusti 0-2 with 2 outs. Next pitch just inside and maybe a little low, so ball 1 to Connor Giusti with Jarrett Schielk over at third base. Brandle's pitch is on the inside corner for strike 3 on a fastball. He froze Giusti, who I think was expecting something off speed. And the Warhawks head to the bottom of the fourth with a 5-0 lead. It is the bottom of the fourth, and the Warhawks have a 5-0 lead on UW-Oshkosh. Donovan Brandle is the batter as he takes a first pitch strike from Will Michalski, who put up a 0 in the bottom of the third. Left 2 runners in scoring position for the Warhawks. Delivers low and inside to Brandle. This one's just off the outside corner, and it's 2-1 rather, to the Warhawks left-handed hitting pitcher. Donovan getting some at-bats this year in addition to his spot in the starting rotation as he takes a ball low and inside. Batting .365 entering play today. He's got a hit already today, so Donovan showing his capability both in the batter's box and on the pitching mound as this one's hit toward first, and foul, barehanded play by Cal Aldridge, the new assistant coach this year for the Warhawks, two-time All-American third baseman. Definitely used to the corner infield spots, played a little bit of first base as a Warhawk as well. Good hitter Cal was. Batted well over 400 for a couple years. As this one skied into left field, and settling under it and making the catch is Jared Shielk for out number 1. Never an easy task to catch a ball in the outfield here at Miller Stadium. A lot of wind swirling around, especially in these early April games where the weather can be a little bit unpredictable. As this one's grounded towards short, and easy play and throw over for Matt Sherman for out number 2. So 2 quick outs here for Will Michalski against the heart of the Warhawks order, or I should say the top of the Warhawks order, retiring Brandle and Tucker Criswell. Criswell, that's his first out he's made this game. And here's another guy who hasn't made an out yet, Jacob DeMeyer, as he looks at a good curveball from Michalski for strike 1. 2 doubles for DeMeyer and 3 RBIs for this right-handed hitting right fielder. DeMeyer has been a great new addition this year as this one skied into left, and settling under it right near the warning track is Shielk for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Warhawks go 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 4th. We head to the 5th. UW-Whitewater leads UW-Oshkosh 5-0. We are in the 5th inning, and the Warhawks lead the Titans 5-0. Donovan Brandle back out for UW-Whitewater. He'll face Jake Anderson to start things off. Anderson, the catcher, 0 for 1 today. Grounds this one toward first, and making the play is Taylor White for the 1st out of the inning. So quick out for Donovan Brandle to start the top of the 5th. And that'll bring up Griffith Lucas, the first baseman for UW-Oshkosh. 0 for 1 today. As this one's hit high and deep to left field. Going back is Corman right up against the warning track and makes the catch for the 2nd out of the inning. Ball not carrying out of here, or not carrying out to left like it usually does here at Miller Stadium. We saw the fly ball from DeMeyer to end the bottom of the fourth. That ball also not carrying well on a day where you have a little bit of wind out toward left field, which seems to be most of the time. That ball would carry out of here, and so would that one by Lucas, as Modaf takes strike number one. Modaf is 0 for 1. He was hit by a pitch back in the first inning. Modaf hits this one foul up against the netting, and Brandle quickly ahead 0-2. Next pitch high from Brandle on a fastball, and it's 1-2. Donovan part of this four-man rotation for the Warhawks. The only left-hander, or sorry, one of two left-handers in the group, as he throws this one outside for ball 2. He and Matt O'Sullivan, the left-handers in the rotation, flanked by Weston Muir and Connor Spear. A really good group so far this season for John Vodenlich, as this one's off the plate, just missed off the outside corner, and Modaf has run the count full after falling behind 0-2. Nobody on, 2 outs, top of the fifth. This one's hit foul up against the netting. Modaf doing what a leadoff hitter does, working the count against Donovan Brandle, trying to run that pitch count up a little bit. Donovan at 77 pitches here in the top of the fifth, as this one is inside and swung on and missed for strike 3. A good pitch on the inner half by Donovan Brandle, and that's Brandle's 5th strikeout of the contest, I believe, as the Titans go down 1-2-3 in the top of the fifth. We head to the bottom half, and the Warhawks with a 5-0 lead. Bottom of the fifth. Nick Santoro will lead things off, hits one into center, and this one's deep and going back up against the fence. A great tumbling catch by Eric Modaf, who just struck out to end the top of the fifth, makes a nice tumbling catch on the warning track. That ball kept carrying off the bat of Nick Santoro, the ball currently blowing out to right center. And that ball just kept tailing and moving, and Modaf stayed with it and made a tumbling catch on the warning track. Nice play by the Titan center fielder, as this one is off the plate for ball 1 to Sam Vomhoff, who is 1 for 2 today, was left stranded at third, back in the third, as he swings and hits one deep to center, same spot, and this one bounces up against the wall and over the fence for a ground rule double. So Sam Vomhoff with his first double of the year. That one pretty much hitting the same spot that Santoro hit his just a moment ago. But that one bouncing off the warning track, off the synthetic turf, and over the center field fence, and Vomhoff has a ground rule double. And that'll bring up Matt Corman, who is 1 for 2. Was left stranded back at second base back in the third inning. Good dig on that low pitch from Michalski by the catcher Jake Anderson. He's been active behind the plate today. Let a pass ball go by, but other than that has been rock solid on these off-speed pitches in the dirt by Will Michalski. This one's hit off the left foot of Matt Corman, the front foot for the right-handed hitter. So that'll be strike one. Corman from Waterford Union High School, starting right away as a freshman for the Warhawks back in 2019. And now in his third year with the program, just a sophomore in eligibility after last season was canceled, as he takes a strike on the outer half. And quickly ahead is Michalski at 1-2. Sam Vomhoff is the runner out at second. He hit a one-out ground rule double, being held on over there by Hunter Staniski, as this one's in the dirt again and blocked by Anderson. 2-2 now. From Michalski to Matt Corman, the right-handed hitting left fielder for UW-Whitewater. Next pitch, this is tapped by Corman and over the head of Staniski, and Baumhoff is going to go over to third. He had to hold as that sinking liner was nearly caught by Staniski over at second. So a one-out single by Corman puts runners at the corners, and that'll bring up Ryan Norton, who can do a job here and bring home that run from third, something the Warhawks failed to do earlier in the contest. Always critical to get that runner home from third with one out or less. And Norton has the opportunity here with runners at the corners here in the bottom of the fifth. Michalski steps off as Corman and Vomhoff in the same situation back in the third inning, and Corman executed a delayed steal to make it second and third with nobody out as a throw over, and Corman is back with a head first slide. 5-0 Warhawks, 12 hits in the game for UW-Whitewater as we sit here in the bottom of the fifth. But Michalski has done a nice job of pitching with runners on base and has limited the damage. Michalski going from the stretch. And Norton squares to bunt and pulls back for ball one. Vomhoff had a good jump over at third base. Corman over at first. Not known for his speed, but is capable of taking a base, and there he goes. This is a ball high, and Corman is in safely with a head first slide. Holding at third was Vomhoff. So another stolen base for Matt Corman. That's his second of the game. And John Vodenlich is going to have a chat with Ryan Norton. Not sure if he missed a sign. Usually that is a meeting between the batter and the third base coach is an indicator of that scenario. But a brief meeting is over, and the count is 2-0. Runners at second and third, one out, bottom of the fifth. The Warhawks with a 5-0 lead here against UW-Oshkosh, looking to add a couple more with Ryan Norton, the right-handed hitting catcher, at the plate. Norton 1 for 2 today so far. This one's low and inside for ball three, so Michalski with the base open, maybe pitching conservatively to Ryan Norton with the number 9 hitter Taylor White on deck. 3-0 is right down the middle for strike one. Curveball stays right down the middle for strike two. So Norton was ahead 3-0, and now Mahowski, I should say, has come back to run the count full. Big at bat here for the Warhawks with the runner over at third base and less than 2 outs. As this one's tapped to third, and this will do the job to score Vomhoff from third, and Norton is called safe at first base. I believe the first baseman, Griffith Lucas, pulled his foot from the base. And the Warhawks in business again, runners at the corners, and 1 out, 6-0 now the lead. And that one's lined into left field, and it's going to drop against the fence. And White's going to have a 2-run double, and the Warhawks have an 8-0 lead. So a big 2-run double by Taylor White, and the UW-Oshkosh head coach, Kevin Tomaszewicz, making his way out to the mound for a meeting with Mahowski. There is some activity in the Titans bullpen. Taylor White out at second base after his second double of the season. Brought home a couple runs, and the Warhawks with an 8-0 lead. We are going to rule the Ryan Norton dribbler. That's going to be a base hit for the Warhawks catcher. It appeared he may have beaten the throw at first base, but a close enough play to give Norton the base hit. And this one's fouled straight back by Zach Campbell, already his 4th at bat of the game here in the bottom of the 5th. 8-0 now Warhawks. 3 runs are in here in the 5th. And the Warhawks back to the top of the order as White leads away from second with 1 out. Another ball down low and away, that dug out by Anderson. One and one now, as there's a throw towards second, and diving back is Taylor White, and pretty good play there by Sherman, who's holding on White with the left-handed hitter at the plate. And another ball low and dug out by Anderson. 2 and 1 now to the Warhawks center fielder. Campbell 1 for 3 officially today. Again, there is activity in the UW-Oshkosh bullpen, as this one tails out of the strike zone away for ball 3. Warhawks 8 runs, 14 hits, no errors, And the Titans, no runs, 1 hit, and 0 errors here in the bottom of the 5th. This one is down the middle for strike 2, so Michalski runs it full now at 3-2. I wouldn't expect Michalski to face too many more hitters here with the top of the Warhawks order at the plate, as this one's away for ball 4. So Campbell advances on the walk, or takes first, I should say. White out at second, and there is only 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. 3 runs are already in, and the Warhawks with an 8-0 lead. That brings up Donovan Brandle, who's had himself a nice day, tossing a shutout so far on the mound, and does have a hit and a run scored here in the contest as he bunts this one foul down the third baseline. This is the 5th meeting of the year between the two teams. Warhawks have won all 4, but several close games in the 4, a couple of 1-run games. The first game on Tuesday going into extra innings, as this one's fouled away by Brandle. But it's been all Warhawks so far today. But a dynamic Oshkosh offense. Still plenty of ball game left. 4 more at bats for UW-Oshkosh to try and turn things around. As this one's outside for ball 1, so 1-2 now from Michalski to Brandle. It's Taylor White at second and Campbell at first. This one's hit foul again over the Titan bullpen. Pruka Field at James B. Miller Stadium here in Whitewater. Beautiful facility here on campus. As this one's waited on and driven down the left field line. That's going to drop for a base hit. White around third, he'll score. Campbell will hold at third. And Donovan Brandle has a run-scoring double, and it's 9-0 Warhawks. And a time is called, and that'll do it for Will Mahowski, as Kevin Tomaszewicz makes his second trip out to the mound this inning. So we'll have a new pitcher when we come back. There's 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th. The Warhawks lead 9-0, excuse me. So we have a new UW-Oshkosh pitcher, and it is L.J. Waco, a freshman from Cary, Illinois. Waco, a graduate of Cary Grove High School. And the first hitter he will face is Tucker Criswell, who is 2 for 3 today as he takes a ball down low. Waco making his second appearance of the year. He pitched 1/3 of an inning so far, and looking to get the Titans out of trouble here in the bottom of the 5th. 4 runs already in, runners at second and third. Criswell swings and misses, and the count is 1-1. So runners at second and third. That's Brandle out at second and Campbell at third. This one's bounced toward third. Nice pick by Giusti, and the throw over gets Tucker Criswell. Criswell does knock home Zach Campbell, so an RBI ground out for Tucker Criswell. His second RBI of the game, and that makes it 10-0 UW-Whitewater, and that brings up Jake DeMeyer. Donovan Brandle had to hold at second base with the play, or with the ball going toward the third base side of the bag. Always instructed as a runner to hold at second base, as this one's down low for a ball. Next pitch is inside for ball 2. DeMeyer quickly ahead of Waco, 2-0. Jacob 2 for 3 today. Couple of doubles with 3 RBIs. So a big day for, another big day I should say, for the sophomore right fielder as he takes strike 1. This one's grounded towards short, and making the throw over. Sherman throws wide of the bag, and Brandle comes around to score, and DeMeyer advances to second, reaching on the throwing error by Matt Sherman. So 11-0 UW-Whitewater here, still in the bottom of the 5th. 6 runs already in the inning. And that'll bring up Nick Santoro, who is 1 for 3, plus E. So 1-0 count to Nick Santoro, the right-handed hitting shortstop, with DeMeyer out at second after the throwing error by Sherman. This one swung on, and I believe it was ticked for a foul ball, but right into the glove of Anderson for strike 1. And Santoro skies one into shallow right, I should say. Coming on and making the catch is Schreier for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Warhawks get 6 runs on 4 hits. They do leave a runner in scoring position, but they have an 11-0 lead heading to the 6th. So Schreier takes strike one from Donovan Brandle to start the top of the sixth. The Warhawks with an 11-0 lead here at Pruka Field at Miller Stadium, as this one swung on and missed by Schreier. He is 1 for 2 today. He's got the only hit of the contest for UW-Oshkosh. Brandle has been excellent today on the mound and has a 11-run lead to work with as Criswell picks and throws over to first, and the throw is a little high, but a nice job by Taylor White to come down on the bag just in time to get Schreier, and that's the first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Hunter Staniski. Staniski is 0 for 2. Next pitch, first pitch I should say, to Staniski is a strike. This one's inside for ball one. Staniski entered the game batting .489 with 16 RBIs as he grounds one, I should say, toward Kevin Tomaszewicz, coaching over at third base. That one's lined into right field, and this is going to be extra bases for Staniski, and he will run into second with a standing one-out double. Warhawks were playing him to pull, as DeMeyer was well into right center, and that one hit just under the scoreboard here at Miller Stadium. So with one away and a runner at second, that brings up Eric Modoff, or I should say Jarrett Schielk, the left fielder for UW-Oshkosh. As this one's fouled off for strike one. So one out here in the top of the sixth, and the Warhawks with an 11-0 lead as this one stays a little bit high from Brandle. Difficult to see down in the bullpen, but Donovan Brandle is at 87 pitches here in the top of the sixth. Needing to find his rhythm again after that 6-run bottom of the fifth from the Warhawks as he deals a strike on the inside corner, and it's 1-2. Schielk, the cleanup hitter for UW-Oshkosh. Swings and misses over the top of that changeup. Nice pitch by Donovan Brandle, had Schielk way out in front. And there's 2 away, and that'll bring up Matt Sherman, who is 0 for 2 today. Takes a first pitch strike from Donovan Brandle, who has been solid for the Warhawks today. 6 strikeouts for the left-hander. Native of Rudolph, Wisconsin, and graduate of Wisconsin Rapids Lincoln. And this one's low in the dirt, dug out nicely by Ryan Norton. Runner at second is Hunter Staniski, as this one's lined hard into center. Going back is Campbell, and making the catch for out number 3. So the Titans put a runner in scoring position, but unable to brings Staniski around, and we head to the bottom of the sixth, and the Warhawks lead 11-0. Bottom of the sixth, and Sam Vomhoff leads things off against LJ Waco, the new pitcher for the Titans, who came on with 2 outs back in the bottom of the fifth, as Vomhoff did go around on the check swing, and Waco has his first strikeout of the contest. And that'll bring up Matt Corman for UW-Whitewater. Corman, one of 6 hitters in the Warhawk lineup with multiple hits. All 9 Warhawks in the lineup have been on base via a hit today, as the Warhawks with lead 11-0 here in the bottom of the sixth. 1-0 count to Corman, who is 2 for 3 today. Looks at a ball in the dirt. 2-0 now. The wind starting to pick up a little bit here at Miller Stadium, as this one's down low again for ball 3. A slight drizzle, a little bit of rain dropping from the skies here in Whitewater, as this one's low again for ball 4. So Corman draws a 4-pitch walk with 1 out, hustling down to first base as the ball skipped away from Jake Anderson. So that'll bring up Ryan Norton, who is 2 for 3 today, one of the players with multiple hits here in the contest. Corman, the runner, with 1 out. So we have a pinch runner for the Warhawks. Eric Hughes, a freshman from Janesville Craig, is going to run at first for Matt Corman. Corman with a strong day again at the plate, as Hughes dives back into first. First pitch of the at-bat in the dirt. Hughes takes off for second, and he is in there on the wild pitch. A clean throw gets Eric Hughes down at second base, and by a pretty good margin. But the second baseman, Hunter Staniski, unable to handle the low throw from Anderson. So Hughes is in scoring position with one out. For the hitter, Ryan Norton, as this one's dug out again by Anderson. This one's fouled back to the screen. So 2-1 count now to Norton as he takes a ball off the outside corner. 3-1 now. Hughes out at second after the wild pitch. The Warhawks with 11 runs on 15 hits thus far. 4 in the first, 1 in the second, and 6 in the fifth inning to break this game open. This one's in the dirt and getting away from Anderson. That was a fastball, so that one kind of spiked, and there goes Norton, and he'll take second base on the wild pitch. So a walk and a wild pitch brings Norton to second base, and Hughes also advancing on the play. So second and third now for the Warhawks with just one out. And Taylor White is at the plate. Another RBI opportunity for the Warhawks left-handed hitting first baseman as he takes a strike. White delivered a 2-run double back in the Warhawks' 6-run fifth inning. And Waco is out of the windup now as this one's fouled away for strike 2. This one's grounded past the diving Giusti at third, and this is going to get into the corner, and Taylor White is going to have his second double of the game. 2 more runs score, and the Warhawks with a 13-0 advantage here in the bottom of the 6th. So Taylor White, his second double of the game. And we're back to the top of the order, and now we're going to have a meeting out at the pitcher's mound. There is a player getting loose down in the Titans bullpen, and he will come into the game. So with one out here in the top of the, or rather the bottom of the 6th, the Warhawks leading 13-0 will have a pitching change for UW-Oshkosh as we return here in a moment. We are back here at Miller Stadium. New pitcher is Thank you. New pitcher for UW-Oshkosh is Nick Luisi, a freshman from Chicago, graduate of Notre Dame College Prep. And he's got a 1-1 count on Zach Campbell, the Warhawks center fielder, who is 1 for 3 today. As he takes a strike on the outside corner. Luisi, in his second appearance, he pitched a scoreless inning in his first appearance. 13-0 Warhawks, bottom of the 6th. Still just 1 out, and Campbell looks at ball 2. The runner out at second is Taylor White, who delivered his second RBI double of the contest. And this one's dropped into left, and that's going to fall for a base hit. And holding up at third is Taylor White. As that one, maybe White froze as that one was kind of looped out there into left. And waited to make sure that wouldn't be caught. But runners are at the corners now with 1 out, and that'll bring up Donovan Brandle. Brandle, the Warhawks pitcher, is 2 for 4 at the plate. Has had a very impressive day for the Warhawks, showing his ability on the mound and in the batter's box. As this one is taken for strike 1. Another throw. Apologize for the technical glitch there. It's an 0-2 count on Donovan Brandle. And Zach Campbell's at first, Taylor White at third, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. The Warhawks with a 13-0 lead on UW-Oshkosh. This one's in the dirt, dug out by Jake Anderson, who's been busy today behind home plate. Next pitch, low and away, and taking second base is Zach Campbell, and he's on standing. So a stolen base for Zach, and it's second and third with 1 out. Brandle takes strike 3. That one on the outside corner. And 2 are away now, and that'll bring up Tucker Criswell. Criswell today, 2 for 4 with a couple of doubles, making his return to the lineup after he was out with an injury for the past 4 games. And Criswell will be called back into the dugout as he will have a pinch hitter. So the pinch hitter will be Ian Drays. Drays is a junior from Whitewater, graduate of Jefferson High School. Drays batting .263 this year, 1 double, 1 triple, and 2 RBIs. And he will step into pinch hit for Tucker Criswell with 2 outs, runners at second and third here in the bottom of the 6th. One and one now to Ian Drays. And the pitcher is Louisi, delivers a ball down low. As this one's driven down the right field line, and that's going to fall for a base hit. 2 runs are going to score, and Ian Drays has a 2-out single, a 2-out, 2-run pinch hit single, and the Warhawks lead 15-0. So a pinch runner now for Drays at first. That's Adam Hill, a freshman from Wauwatosa East. As this one is called dead, I believe. Jacob DeMeyer called time from home plate. So DeMeyer batting, the Warhawks with a 15-0 lead here in the bottom of the 6th. Runner at first is Adam Hill, who's on to pinch run for Ian Drays. As DeMeyer takes a strike. Hill actually has not appeared in a game yet this year. So making his first Warhawk appearance as a pinch runner over at first. Louisi delivers low, and that's taken by DeMeyer. So 1 and 1 now to the Warhawks right fielder, who again has been absolutely red hot at the plate, batting .576 entering the game today. And believe it or not, that average actually will go down if his current numbers hold true. He's 2 for 4 in the game so far today. There goes Hill, and throw down to second is not in time. Throw by Anderson was a little in front of the bag, and so Hill's got a stolen base. 2-2 count now with 2 outs. DeMeyer at the plate. Warhawks with 4 more here in the bottom of the 6th. Already leading 15-0. This one's low and dug out of the dirt by Jake Anderson, who's been really busy back there today, but has done a nice job. This one's grounded to short. Sherman with the throw across and makes the play for the final out of the inning. So the Warhawks head to the top of the 7th with a 15-0 lead over UW-Oshkosh. right, so apologizing the delay for getting back. There's already 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Warhawks are 1 out away from a first game win. A lot of changes in the lineup as Adam Hill is at third base. He remains in the game after pinch running. Austin Wessel makes his Warhawk debut over at short. Nick Padgett is over at first. He's in for Taylor White. And the left fielder is Eric Hughes, who also came in to pinch run. Brandle remains on the mound and deals a first pitch ball to Jake Anderson. So the Warhawks, again, by mercy rule, can end this game by holding the Titans to 5 runs or less here in the top of the 7th, as it's now 2-0 to Jake Anderson. Brandle going for a complete game shutout here at Miller Stadium, as this one's taken for a strike. So 2-1 now with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th. Another strike on the inside corner. So the Titans down to their final strike. This one's in the dirt for ball 3. So full count now to Jake Anderson, as this one's high for ball 4. So a 2-out walk by Jake Anderson, and that brings up Griffin Lucas. And we've got a little bit of mist coming down here at Miller Stadium. This game just 1 out away from completion as Brandle delivers a strike on the inside corner. Warhawks have been very good here in game 1. Have dominated from the start. 4 runs in the first, 1 in the second, 6 in the 5th, and 4 in the 6th. 18 hits for UW-Whitewater in the contest. And Brandle has been dazzling on the mound so far. Just 2 hits for the Titans. Has actually walked more batters than the Titans have hits so far, as this one's taken for strike 2 at the letters. So it's 1-2 now to Lucas, as he takes a strike 3 from Brandle, his 8th strikeout of the contest. And the Warhawks finish a 15-0 win as the game ends via run rule after 7. So we'll be back with game 2. That's first pitch should be approximately 3:30 here at Miller Stadium. So we'll keep it here, but we will be back with the commentary right around 3:30 as we head to game 2. So again, final in game 1, the Warhawks 15 and UW-Oshkosh nothing. And welcome back to Peruka Field at James B. Miller Stadium. Game 2 of today's WIC doubleheader is underway, and the leadoff hitter, Alex Modoff, is batting. Eric Modoff, excuse me, batting against Connor Spear, the Warhawks right-handed pitcher, reigning WIC pitcher of the week, and delivers a cutter on the outside corner for strike 2. 1-2 now to Modoff, the leadoff hitter for UW-Oshkosh. Spear, a senior from Highland, Indiana, graduate of Mount Carmel High School in Illinois. Spear has not allowed an earned run yet in 2021 as he delivers a ball high. 18 innings, 16 strikeouts, just 2 runs allowed, neither of them earned. Spear in his 6th appearance of the year and his 3rd start. Curveball swung on and missed, and Modoff is down on strikes. Spear already with good movement here on his pitches in the first at bat of game 2. First pitch swinging is a strike for Connor Spear. The batter is Sean Cummins, a junior from Itasca, Illinois, as Spear delivers strike 2. Cummins playing right field here in game 2. Spear's fastball is off the outside corner for ball 1, I should say. So 1-2 now from Spear as he delivers a strike, or a foul ball, I should say, by Sean Cummins. 1-2 now, as this one stays just a little bit high. Norton held it for an extra second just to make sure the home plate umpire got a full look. But it is 2-2 now. Cummins battling against Connor Spear as this one's fouled away again, and we'll reset it at 2-2. So 1 out here in the top of the first, no score here in Whitewater. As this one is right down the middle, he froze Sean Cummins, and Spear with his 2nd strikeout in as many hitters. And that brings up Hunter Staniski, the leading hitter for UW-Oshkosh. Entered game 1, I should say, with a .489 batting average, 23 for 47, 17 runs, 4 doubles, 2 triples, 2 homers, 16 RBIs as he looks at a strike. Also good speed for the Titans' number 3 hitter. Has 6 stolen bases. Had 6 stolen bases entering game 1. As this one swung on and missed for strike 2. And Spear hammering the strike zone here early, already with a couple of strikeouts. And looking for one more. Looking for one more here against Staniski, as this one's well outside for ball 1. So 1-2 now from Connor Spear, who again has not allowed an earned run in 18 innings so far. This one's just off the outside corner. Spear was walking off the mound back toward the dugout and was called a ball by the home plate umpire. So 2-2 now to Staniski, as this one's popped foul over the netting and out of play. So the Titans following off a number of pitches today, trying to square up against the Warhawk pitchers here in game 2 after they were held to 2 hits by Donovan Brandle back in game 1. So full count now after Spear's next delivery goes low and away. So good at bat here by Hunter Staniski. Spear already with his 19th pitch, and that one's on the outside corner for strike 3, and Spear strikes out the side to start things here in game 2. So an electric start for Connor Spear, and the Warhawks coming to bat here in the bottom of the first. No score in game 2. Welcome back to Miller Stadium. Bottom of the first inning, the Warhawks coming to bat for the first time. Zach Campbell leading off and playing center field once again for the Warhawks. And he will face Matt Sherman, a freshman from Wheaton, Illinois, on the mound, starting for UW-Oshkosh here in game 2. And it's a 1-1 count to Campbell, the left-handed hitting center fielder for the Warhawks. Sherman enters the game with an 0-1 record. This is his third start on the mound this season. 9 innings pitched and 8 strikeouts for this right-hander, as the count remains 1-2, as Campbell is trying to get on base to start things off. This one's grounded toward first. Nice play on the hop by Griffith Lucas, and he runs to the bag for out number 1, and we are joined now here in game 2 by interim athletic director Ryan Callahan, former Warhawk pitcher and outfielder, and all-conference player. Let's see, what am I missing?
That's about it.
Okay.
It's good to be here, Chris. I appreciate the intro.
You bet. Happy to have you for some color commentary here in Game 2 in Whitewater. As the next hitter is Donovan Brandle, who is playing first base here in Game 2 after pitching a 2-hit shutout in the first game. And Ryan, I don't know if you were able to catch any of that, but Donovan was solid on the mound. 15-0 win for the Warhawks in Game 1. And now he's showing his skills at the plate, as that one's lined down the right field line. And it's going to be a one-out double for Donovan Brandle to start the Warhawks off here in the bottom of the first.
Yeah, Brandle's a nice player. I was fortunate to come out here and through BP a couple weeks ago and just talking to Coach Vo about his team. And Brandle's one of the people that, you know, just the way he goes about his business and even the way he just throws the ball, like the way you're supposed to throw a baseball. You know, he does a really good job, great composure, and obviously he's a, you know, dual threat as a hitter and a pitcher, and you saw his first hit right there too.
Without a doubt, and part of this really good four-man rotation the Warhawks have formed this year on the mound, as Tucker Criswell takes a ball, and it's good to see him back in the Warhawk lineup after little layoff due to injury, but a couple of doubles in the first game. Really just getting right back into it is Tucker Criswell, this grad transfer from Methodist.
Yeah, he's a heck of a player, and definitely fortunate, to get this kid from a grad transfer perspective. And I'm not sure exactly how we got him. I've heard different stories, but I know when he tweaked his hamstring, I got a couple text messages from some people that were pretty concerned that one of their better players is going to be down. But it's good to see him in the lineup and getting some hits again.
So 2-0 now from Sherman to Criswell as this off-speed pitch is down the middle for strike one.
Sherman's a nice pitcher, though. I mean, just watching him out here go about his business, he's got some good velocity, some good off-speed. We talked about this before is, when do you show your off-speed, first inning, second inning, and he's kind of showing the Warhawk hitters just this whole platter of pitches here in the first inning through the first 6 pitches.
Yep, another off-speed pitch is down low, and another good dig by Jake Anderson, who caught game one as well. And these Titan pitchers trying to keep the ball down against this powerful Warhawk lineup, and Anderson, number of stops, impressive stops in game one.
Well, Kevin was taught by one of the best catching coaches ever in Coach Vo, so I'm sure he's probably taken some of his some of his teachings with him over to Oshkosh.
Of course, and so Criswell draws a walk. That's Criswell's 11th walk of the year. That leads the team. And, of course, Kevin Tomaszewicz, the Kevin you're referring to, former Warhawk All-American pitcher and member of the 2005 National Championship team, coaching UW-Oshkosh.
Yeah, still a little different when I come to the ballpark against Oshkosh and see him in a Titans uniform. But
that's definitely strange for a lot of Warhawk faithful as Jacob DeMeyer takes strike one. And we talked a little bit about it in game one, but Jacob lighting up social media with a fantastic catch just over a week ago now, and making the top 10 on SportsCenter.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. I definitely shared that with some of the, the rest of campus, and they were pretty happy. And we had some good PR from our College of Education that a lot of our numbers across the country for teacher education is going down, but at Whitewater we're on the rise. So it was a couple of good media presence for UW-Whitewater.
Absolutely, as this one's dribbled back up the middle, stepping on second for one, and the relay throw is in time. A nice double play by Jackson Broom. A 4-3 grounded into double play for Jacob DeMeyer. So the Warhawks were in business, but leave a runner stranded in the bottom of the first. We head to the second, and there's no score here at Miller Stadium. And Ryan, again, a really nice day here at the ballpark. We weren't necessarily expecting to play, especially earlier in the week with the weather reports and the forecasts. But here we are, and it's another great day at a top-notch facility.
Jim Miller's not going to let the rain affect a Oshkosh Whitewater game, so I'm pretty sure he had something to do with this as well. But you're right, Chris. We've had some, surprisingly, and with the schedule changes and only playing a conference, schedule, I think we're all kind of holding our breath on what it's going to look like, with the first few weeks. And, we've been fortunate. We have some nice games, not only for baseball, but also for softball and some other outdoor sports as well.
We have been very fortunate to have some good weather, and, it's always difficult in March and April to get some of these games going. But it's been good to see. It's been good to see a lot of not only games but wins as well. I don't believe either team has lost here on campus yet. When you talk about the baseball and softball teams, softball 8-0 over at Van Steenderen Softball Complex. They're traveling to Oshkosh tomorrow, and then the baseball team also headed to UW-Oshkosh. Also hasn't lost here on campus to this point.
Brenda, our softball coach, she's so modest. It's kind of funny when you talk about, how are you going to be, Brenda? I don't know. Then all of a sudden she runs off to an 8-0 start, and it's like, well, Brenda, you. And
that one is hammered out to left, and the Warhawks are going to be down 1-0 after the long, no doubt home run by Jarrett Shield.
Yeah, that ball was a no-doubter from off the bat. I'm pretty sure everybody can just kind of turn and look at that one.
And Connor Spear, Ryan, allows his first earned run in 19 innings this year. What a start it's been for Connor. And, you know, honestly, that first inning, striking out the side, it looked like he was in business. But Sherman took that, or I should say Shielk took that pitch and knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, it looks like it was a little bit of a changeup that kind of came back through the zone. So if that would have been, you know, a little bit more down angle, it probably would have swung over it. But, you know, you're not going to go an entire season without allowing an earned run. And if it's the first one, you know, you got to score one to win anyways. So I don't think that's going to affect him or the Warhawks too much as we go forward.
Right, and Shielk with his 4th homer of the year, that's tied for the team lead for the Titans. Eric Modoff also with 4 home runs. As Shearman steps to the plate looking to help himself after Shielk put the Titans on the board for the first time today in either game. UW-Oshkosh shut out in the opener 15-0. Finally getting on the board here in the top of the second.
As a pitcher, this is always a big at-bat. You know, what do you do after you give up a home run? And obviously right there, Connor did a great job striking him out on, you know, 4 pitches. So.
Really nice cut. It looked like a cutter there from Spear that just rode right over the outer half of the plate. And that's Spear's 4th strikeout already as Connor Giusti steps to the plate. The right-handed hitting third baseman for UW-Oshkosh with 1 out. That one's low for ball 1.
Good pick by the catcher. Didn't even flinch, just moved his glove over and grabbed it.
That did look very easy for Ryan Norton, as this one is on the inside corner for strike 1.
That was kind of a similar pitch that hit out of the park, set up outside, and just kind of worked its way back in. So got to be careful with that as the game goes on. There you go.
And Spear delivers strike 2. That one on the outer half of the plate.
Yeah, he's got a good rhythm going, and like we were talking last week or whenever it was when we were on here again, the speed that the Warhawk pitchers work is just so nice. You know, they get up there, they do their job, keeps the fielders engaged. That always helps the tempo of the game and everybody else.
Very workmanlike from these Warhawk pitchers, and I think certainly the effect of their head coach, John Vodenlich, as this one swung on and missed for strike 3. And Spear's 5th strikeout of the game. So with the exception of really 1 pitch, Spear's been very sharp to start this second game.
Yeah, it looked like another changeup that it kind of swung through a little bit. So if he can get his 3 pitches working, that 1 run might be an anomaly.
This one's another first pitch strike from Spear. Griffith Lucas is the batter, playing first base for the Titans. And another good off-speed pitch from Spear is in there for strike 2. Fastball stayed high, and it's ball 1 and strike 2 to Griffith Lucas.
Yeah, he's got a good setup. I mean, he can kind of go with any pitch in his arsenal right now. You know, he's seen an off-speed, see some fastballs outside, got his eye level changed a little bit.
And fastball stayed high from Spear, and it's 2-2.
Now if he can throw that breaking ball that he has kind of down at, right around, have it land right past the plate, I think he's going to be swinging right over it.
Let's see what he goes with here. Norton setting up outside. Fastball inner half and high, and swung right through by Lucas. So 6 strikeouts through 2 innings for Connor Spear. And I don't know what it is, Ryan, but you seem to have an effect driving all these punch-outs for the Warhawks as we sat through Matt O'Sullivan's 17 strikeout gem about a week ago.
You know, it's better than what I used to have. I used to have the losing effect. So my staff used to not tell me to go to games because whenever I went, they would lose. So I guess this is one sport maybe I can continue to participate in and watch. So
absolutely. And Warhawks at 12-2, so we just passed the kind of the 1/3 mark of the season here in Whitewater, 6-1 in the conference. And again, the Warhawks will visit UW-Oshkosh tomorrow. Those games will not be counted as conference games. And then we head to UW-Platteville next Wednesday to take on the Pioneers, who are off to an 8-4 start, 4-2 in conference play. And then wrapping up next week, Saturday the 17th, we will host UW-Platteville here in Whitewater, and that doubleheader is set to start at 1 p.m.
Yeah, good start for this third of the season. We used to, when I was coaching, and even as a player, we used to kind of divide the season up into thirds. It was, your spring trip, then you had your regular season, then postseason. And if this is the first third with the kind of the preseason, I'm pretty sure Coach Vo and the staff and the players are pretty happy with what they've seen so far.
Right, traditionally heading to Florida to play anywhere between 8 and 12 games. This one's lined to center on the first pitch by Santoro, and Nick's got a base hit in his first at bat here in game 2.
He's one of those kids that it's too bad that we can't have fans at, because he's one that's just fun to watch, and especially if you got kids that are playing the game. He does such a good job, whether it's on the base pass, playing defense, playing offense. He's one of those guys that when you go to a big league game, you tell people to watch out for him, whether it's Mike Trout or, I'm not comparing Santoro to Trout.
Sure.
Just keep an eye on him because he does everything the right way.
This one's thrown over to first. Diving back is Santoro.
And as I say that, he'll probably get picked off at first base.
Nick's got 7 stolen bases this year, and I believe he added to that total in game 1. Always a threat to steal as Vomhoff is at the plate, takes a ball down low. Vomhoff playing third base, so moving across the other side of the infield as John Vodenlich continues to mix it up on the infield a little bit. Brian Sturdivant getting the start at second base here in game 2 as Vomhoff moves over to third, squares to bunt, pulls back, throw down to second, and they do not get Santoro. It looked like the throw beat him, but I think he slid under the tag, Ryan.
Yeah, I think when he fielded off the hop, and I think his glove came up instead of coming straight down, and that was the reason for the safe call. And that's always an interesting call as a coach. You got a lefty up, a guy in first base. Is that a time that you really want to steal to? You have a big hole over on the between first and second base, playing double play depth for the second baseman. The first baseman's playing him on the bag. So, I always kind of joke with Coach Vo is whenever you send a kid with a lefty up, you're just taking away hits.
Really good point there. But Santoro at second after the steal. Kevin Tomaszewicz did come out to have a discussion with the umpire on the bases as this one's driven to left, and it's going to hang up nicely for Jared Schielk, and he'll make the catch for out number 1.
Yeah, and that at bat, you got to run on second base. Quality AB is probably just going to be turning, kind of rolling it over a little bit to the right side, giving yourself up, getting the runner on third base with 1 out.
Right. Always ABC baseball, being moving runners, always important, especially in these, really kind of tense games, against a rival. You think of these UW-Oshkosh games, UW-Lacrosse. Always tense, always decided by very few runs. That first game today, kind of an exception to that, but very rarely do you see a UW-Whitewater, UW-Oshkosh game end in run rule.
No, and I think the rivalry that obviously, predates my time, predates your time, Chris, and it's still special to a lot of people.
Bluff over to second by Shearman.
When you talk to some of the alums that are Coach Vo's age or older, some of their fondest memories of playing at Whitewater, some of the games that they had with Oshkosh, and that's, when Jared Washburn was there and some of the other guys that were exceptional baseball players at Oshkosh.
This one's spiked, and Santoro's going to get over to third on the wild pitch by Shearman, so the previous at bat with Vomhoff flying out kind of proves to be not a huge factor as Santoro is able to get to third base anyway.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about with Santoro. Just a heads up, good all-around baseball player. Once he saw the ball kind of have that trajectory towards the turf, he was already leaving, and the catcher didn't even make a throw. Really, it was a good block by the catcher.
And we know it is by Anderson, and we know John Vodenlich always attentive to that kind of stuff, always encouraging runners to get a good jump, especially in a pitcher's count where you may see a breaking ball down in the dirt.
Oh, for sure. If you had one word to sum up Coach Vo's coaching style, it would be aggressive.
No doubt. This one's off the outside corner. So 3-1 now. Matt Corman is way ahead of Matt Shearman. And again, Ryan, we talk about doing a job with Santoro over at third and less than 2 outs. As this one's rolled towards second, and that'll do the job right there. On the ground up by Corman, Santoro scores, and the Warhawks level the game at 1-1.
Yeah, that was just a great sequence, and obviously we can't say enough about Santoro, but gets a single up the middle, steals a base, steals another base basically, and then ultimately there wasn't a ball that was hit out of the infield, and he was able to score runs. So, kudos to him, and obviously, like you said, he did a job. So that's all he had to do.
Absolutely. So 2 outs, and this one's delivered a first pitch strike. It reminds me a little bit that sequence of a guy, like Javi Baez of the Chicago Cubs. There's a lot of Cubs fans in Warhawk Nation, but, a very similar sequence to what he would do at the major league level.
Yeah, for sure. And I think what the commonality there is just they're both really good athletes, and they're extremely intelligent when it comes to their baseball IQ.
That one's down the right field line and into the Hawks' nest. This is Ryan Norton at the plate, and the count is 1-2 from Sherman after the Warhawks manufacture their first run of the game and tie it up here in the bottom of the second.
Norton's another kid that obviously Coach Vo has a pretty deep roster this year and a deep lineup. We talked about the pitching staff, but, I've been really impressed with the way that Norton plays the game as well. We talked about his size and what Coach Vo likes and kind of his, his traditional recruits and where they play and what size. And he kind of fits that mold, and he's just a good leader. And, there you go.
And right on cue, Norton slaps one right up the middle for a base hit. Bobbled in center there by Modoff, but gets it in quickly. And Norton is a guy from Oshkosh territory, really. Fond du Lac just maybe 20 minutes south of UW-Oshkosh. And so Norton making his way down to UW-Whitewater and slaps that single right up the middle for the Warhawks' third hit of the game.
Yeah, see if we can get something going after 2. I don't think Norton's going to be up for a stolen base if he gets out. Then go back into the dugout.
I think you are correct, although he does have 3 steals in 3 tries this year, as Brian Sturdivant steps to the plate for his first at-bats of the day. Sturdivant, a junior from nearby Burlington, and enters play batting .321 with a double and 3 RBIs as he looks at strike 1.
Yeah, a lot of good athletes coming out of Burlington, and I think we mentioned it in our previous telecast with Scott Stouty and others that are helping up, that are coaching over there. They've had a really nice run, and we've obviously been the benefactor of some of those good players. Obviously with Sturdivant, but Dylan Friend when I was coaching. Dylan was just a great kid, great athlete, good student, kind of what you want as a student athlete or a Warhawk.
Absolutely. Zach Campbell also from Burlington as well in the starting lineup today. As it's 2-1 now to Sturdivant with
like
Norton on first.
Sturdivant had a bobble there. I don't know if he got a cleat caught or something, but it looked like he was going to go.
This one's into the Warhawk bullpen and foul, so it's 2-2 now from Sherman to the Warhawks' second baseman. Sturdivant batting in the number 9 spot in the order, so if he can find his way on base, that will turn the lineup over back to Campbell, the leadoff man.
Got the Burlington connection, 9-1.
You got it, and they're going to get.
Oh,
they're going to get Norton, and wait a minute, the call is safe. It looked like Norton may have slid around the tag. They had Norton dead to rights at first base on a pickoff, and it looked like maybe the first baseman. Griffith Lucas might have missed the tag.
Yeah, that was a interesting call, and some of the fans here are voicing their opinions.
As this one's hit foul, a hanging breaking ball there from for Sturdivant to hit, and he is able to get a piece of it. Yeah, they had Norton by a good amount at first base, and it looked like Ryan slid on the outfield side of the bag and maybe avoided it, as this one's grounded through the hole on the right side. Norton was going on the play, and he's standing at third. So runners at first and third now with 2 outs, and the Warhawks turn over the order back to the top with Zach Campbell.
And that's what really separates a good team from a great team. You got to take advantage of those. Some of those foul balls that might not get caught, get a second chance. This is where you got to really, got to come through, and hopefully Zach can come through with a base hit and get a run in here. And
in true Warhawk fashion, Norton making it from first to third, one of the parts of John Vodenlich's coaching, always aggressive, taking the extra base on that hit to right.
Yeah, definitely a good read by Norton on that one, where understood the first baseman was holding him on, so ultimately he's going to go out, pretty far in the outfield as it is.
So Norton had new life after that missed tag, and now Campbell swings at the first pitch and hits it into shallow center. And coming on and making the play is Eric Modoff for out number 3. So the Warhawks score 1 run and put runners at first and third with 2 outs, but are held without another. We're through 2, and the Warhawks lead the Warhawks and the Titans tied 1-1 here at Miller Stadium. And it's a quiet weekend here at UW-Whitewater, as tomorrow we'll just have the women's tennis team taking on UW-Eau Claire. That duel is set for a 2 p.m. start. And Frank Barnes, Ryan, has another very talented squad. Really 1 through 6, 1 through 3 in doubles, as strong as any lineup in the region. And Frank Barnes and that Warhawk women's tennis program just keeps it going every year.
Yeah, he's pretty loaded. I've talked to Frank quite a bit, and that's one of the first years where he's had a hard time deciding who's basically 1 through 6, because he probably has about 10 or 11 that can fit. Maybe not all of those numbers, but a lot of those numbers. So I guess if you're a coach, that's a good thing to have, good problem to have.
Absolutely, and I know he's very excited about the men's program. They've got talent up and down the lineup, again, in true Frank Barnes Warhawk tennis fashion. Really 1 through 6, they can compete against just about anybody.
Yeah, he's got a good thing going. He's had a good thing going for a long time, and hopefully this summer we can get camps up and running, and he can still bring those kids in and they can see the campus as well.
Absolutely, and we're in the top of the third now, and the Warhawks and Titans are tied at 1-1. Jake Anderson, the catcher, is going to lead things off against Connor Spear, who's struck out every batter he's faced, with the exception of Jarrett Schielk, who hit a towering home run down the left field line in the top of the second. 2-0 now to Jake Anderson, as a couple of Connor Spear fastballs have stayed high.
And that's when we were talking about O'Sullivan. That was one of his biggest, success stories, was he was getting ahead of every hitter. So hopefully Connor can continue to throw strikes and start getting ahead, not fall behind 2-0, 2-1, and getting ahead right away. Connor does a really good job of deception as well. Like I said before, that's one of the things that I know Coach Klauder and Coach Vo preach with their pitchers as well. And sitting behind home plate, it's tough to pick up, and he hides it pretty well.
And the third, so after 2-0, Connor Spear induces 3 straight swings and misses, and he's got his 7th strikeout here in the top of the third inning, and that'll bring up the second baseman, Jackson Broom.
The only bad part of striking everybody out is your pitch count goes up.
Indeed. He's already up to 41 pitches here in the top of the third.
He's got to start pitching to contact now and get a couple 7 or 8 pitch innings.
Exactly. And a good off-speed pitch sails right on the outside corner for strike 2. Broom did not play in game 1. He is a freshman from Lake in the Hills, Illinois, graduate of Huntley High School, as he looks at a ball high. So 1-2 now from Spear to Jackson Broom, who is hitless so far, and he remains hitless after another strikeout.
Connor's got a
by
little
Connor
grunt going,
Spear.
too.
A little what? I'm sorry.
He's got a little grunt going, too. I think the last couple fastballs, he's trying to get a little extra oomph on him.
And again, Spear, one of the 4 very talented starting pitchers for the Warhawks, along with right-hander Weston Meir, left-hander Matt O'Sullivan, and left-hander Donovan Brandle, who we saw in the first game, as this one is swung on and missed by Modoff for strike 1.
Yeah, it's interesting. This team would have really been set up with the traditional schedule, playing a 4-game series. You know, and that's something that Vol really likes, is playing 4-game sets on a Saturday, Sunday with 4 9-inning games.
Right.
You know, this kind of gives some of our opponents, you know, if you pitch on a Tuesday, you might have some rest and come back on a Friday a little bit.
This one's bounced toward Spear, who throws to first for the 3rd out of the inning. So the first out put in play by a Titan hitter is a roller back to Spear. And we head to the bottom of the 3rd. The game is tied 1-1. The Warhawks with 4 hits so far. They've left 3 on base. UW-Oshkosh with just 1 hit, but the 1 hit was a solo homer to left by Jackson Shielk. That was the first run of the game of the day, I should say, for the Titans, who were shut out by Donovan Brandle in game 1.
I guess if you're going to have 1 hit, might as well make it count,
Might as well make it count. So just, you know, looking at the left field wall, Ryan, we're constantly reminded, right field wall, I should say, we're constantly reminded of the 2 national championships, 2005 and 2014, but I also wanted to point out the retired jersey numbers. Number 30, Jim Miller, the head coach for the Warhawks from 1987 to 2003. Passed away in 2016. The Warhawks that year would go on to reach the World Series in rather dramatic fashion, winning the regional down in Sauget, Illinois. Cal Aldridge had a big week. Lake Bacher had a big week. Lake is now pitching in the San Diego Padres organization. But Jim's passing earlier that year, I think, definitely had something to do with that team's run to Appleton.
Oh, for sure. And you see some of the, you know, they had the patches on the jerseys and the hats and stuff. And, you know, a lot of these kids didn't necessarily know, you know, who Coach Miller was. But, you know, the coaching staff, I think you're not saying they tried a little harder, but I think they had a little bit more to play for, a little bigger chip on their shoulder than they usually have.
That team had some magic going, that's for sure. And this one's lifted into left by Brandle and caught by Shielk for out number 1, and that'll bring up Tucker Criswell.
You know, it's funny, Chris, you talk about Lake Bacher, and I was fortunate, you know, like a lot of other Warhawks were able to see him pitch a little bit, and obviously he's outstanding. I think he's in AAA with the Padres, but the myth that is Lake Bacher still stems from his ability to kick a football.
Without a doubt, one of the strongest legs that I've seen, you know, in my 12 or so years at the Division III level, not only as a kicker but a punter as well, as this one's hit on a line, a one-hopper to short, and that's picked cleanly, and the throw over is in time by Staniski to retire Criswell. So 2 quick outs for Matt Sherman here in the bottom of the 3rd, and that brings up Jacob DeMeyer.
Yeah, when I came over to athletics, you know, I talked to Coach Bullis for quite a while, and one of the things he talked about Lake was the Mount Union game. I think they ended up losing. But I want to say he kicked a...
This one's rolled in the hole. Long throw across the diamond, and a good effort by Staniski. But that's going to be an infield hit for Jacob DeMeyer, who stays red hot for the Warhawks. Already entered the game batting well over 500, and now has his first hit of the ball game.
And you might have been there, Chris, when they played Mount Union.
I was, and let me tell you, the oohs and ahs in the press box, you know, from a group of media that had watched a team like Mount Union all year was really eye-opening. Lake hit a punt that game that drew some gaping, you know, mouths dropped to the table like, who is this guy? And then kicked a couple of long field goals in the first half. The Warhawks scored on their first 2 possessions on Lake's field goals, And after that, it was all Mount Union. But Lake left quite an impression on a team that has been among the most successful in any sport at Division III.
Yeah, who knows? Maybe if his baseball career doesn't pan out, he can kind of go back and do the Chris Winkie stuff from Florida, Florida State.
Maybe he can, as this one's lined into right by Santoro, and that was hit so hard that DeMeyer had no chance to advance to third. So the Warhawks in business with runners at first and second and 2 outs. And again, that's Nick Santoro doing his thing for the Warhawks. And that brings up Sam Vomhoff, who's playing third base for the Warhawks here in Game 2. He is 0 for 1 so far in this contest. Lake, as we mentioned, Lake Bacher, the 5th-round pick of the Padres back in 2016, actually leaving school early with a season of eligibility left in football, and I believe two seasons left in baseball, and was a draft pick and currently at AAA El Paso for the Padres.
Yeah, there's a couple baseball players that left a little early. Marty Harum was another one that I was fortunate to coach.
Right. This one's grounded back up the middle for a base hit. DeMeyer is going to try to score. He will score. The throw is to third, and Santoro is in safely, and advancing on the throw is the right-handed hitting Matt Corman, excuse me.
You know, Chris, we always talk about damage control as a pitcher, and that's one of those where the center fielder probably should just hit the cutoff and kept runners off of first or second and third. And
correct.
Now you get a single. It doesn't matter where it's at. You're scoring 2 runs. So something I'm sure Coach Thomas Evans is going to talk to him about as he comes in.
So an RBI single by Sam Vomhoff. He advances to second on the throw. Santoro's at third, still 2 outs, and that brings up Corman. And he looks at a strike right down the middle. Corman 0 for 1 in this contest.
Looked like a little fooled, kind of questioned the umpire, but I think it looked like a pretty good pitch.
Agreed. Corman playing left field for UW-Whitewater here in Game 2. Checked his swing, appeal, and actually the home plate umpire did rule that he did go around, and no objection from Corman there. And he's down 0-2.
Just got to reset and get back to basics.
Yeah, a lot of room there on the right side if he can punch one through, maybe take a low and away breaking ball the other way and drive a couple of runs home.
Yeah, we'll take that.
And that one is low, but in the dirt and dug out nicely by Anderson with the runner over at third, and obviously getting any kind of jump he can to try and score on a wild pitch is Nick Santoro.
Well, Chris, you called the pitch. You said curveball away, and that was a curveball away, so maybe he'll try to double up on it.
They are setting up away, and there's another curve, and this one's hit out to right, and just a couple steps in front of the warning track, and making the catch is Sean Cummins for the 3rd out of the inning. So Corbin did take it to right. Unfortunately, got a little bit under it, and that ends the bottom of the 3rd for the Warhawks, but they do play to run on the RBI single by Sam Vomhoff. We head to the 4th, and the Warhawks with a 2-1 lead over the Titans. Of course, the other jersey out in right field belongs to Bob Wickman, a pitcher for the Warhawks, a pitcher in the major leagues for many years, at least 15 years, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was 16.
His number 20 is retired. He's an all-star a couple times, a closer for the Brewers. I know he played for the Indians for quite a while, and certainly a guy who does continue to support the baseball program as well.
Yeah, I've been fortunate. I've been to a number of golf outings where I've been paired with him, and like a lot of people that have been at that level, he's just got some really neat stories, and to talk about the different players he played with and the coaches, and he was at that point where people are saying they played with Bob Wickman, and it's not just he played with somebody else, and definitely fortunate to have him and his brother here. His brother Bob was very talented as well. If you look at the record books, you're going to see his name too.
Without a doubt. So just about ready to start inning number 4. Sean Cummins, who made the catch out in right field to end the bottom of the 3rd, will will lead off the top of the fourth for the Titans. Warhawks with a 2-1 lead, I should say. With 7 hits, the Warhawks have left 5 runners on base so far. And the Titans with 1 hit, the solo homer by Jarrett Schielk. First pitch from Spear is a good one. It's a strike. Spear, Ryan, again working quickly as he delivers another strike right at the knees.
Yeah, if you can get ahead and stay ahead, you're going to have some success all day. It doesn't matter who you're playing.
So critical to throw strikes. That first pitch strike, I know the numbers are out there at the major league level, but goes down. Your batting average as a hitter goes down significantly after a first pitch strike is thrown by the pitcher.
And that's what separates a lot of the great hitters, is their ability to fall behind and still produce at a, you know.
And that one is right at the knees on the inside corner for strike 3. Cummins is down on strikes. That's Spear's 9th K of the game. And Hunter Staniski steps to the plate.
Yeah, it looks like he was trying to go outside again but missed inside, so I don't know, it kind of fooled everybody a little bit.
Kind of like golf a little bit. You can have a good miss. Doesn't matter how, it's how many, right?
Exactly.
Staniski looks at another strike from Spear, who is, again, working very quickly here in game 2. That one's off the plate, and it's 1-1.
Just got under that one a little bit, stay on top, and that's going to be just like the other ones that he was throwing the previous couple innings.
Now Spear steps off the mound, takes a deep breath, and ready to go again against the top hitter for UW-Oshkosh, Hunter Staniski. This one's driven out to right, and sailing back, settling under, and making the catch is Jacob DeMeyer for out number 2.
You know, you were talking about DeMeyer before, Chris, but he's kind of one of the guys that we haven't said a lot about, but he is having an absolutely beast of a season so far.
Yeah, he entered play today, Ryan, 576. And that's not a small sample size. We're at the one third way through the season, and he's been raking at the plate and making highlight reel plays in the field, and he's been a joy to watch, as this is Schielk, who has the lone RBI of the game on that solo homer back in the 2nd inning.
You know, and you said the sample size, you're exactly right. I mean, we've played some good teams so far. Obviously, we've had a number of games against Oshkosh, but also lacrosse, you know, the kind of the perennial top 4 teams. He's had success against those teams.
Without a doubt, and UW Stevens Point also among the Warhawks opponents so far. The Pointers are currently in 2nd place in the league. They have a 3-1 record, 7-3 overall heading into today's games, as the count moves to 3-1, as Spear being careful here with Schielk with nobody on and 2 outs. And that one's outside for ball 4, so Schielk is on for the 2nd time today with a 2-out walk.
Yeah, it just looks like he's off rhythm a little bit, kind of falling off the mound a little bit more. If he can get that center of gravity, stay a little bit more balanced all the way through the windup, he'll be fine.
Yeah, if he gets behind here against Sherman, the pitcher, you could maybe expect a little visit from Bodenlich here, as we saw with Brandle back in game 1. Good curveball is taken for strike 1.
And a lot of pitchers will do that, you know, if they're struggling finding their fastball, go to an off-speed pitch, something that they're confident in, start a hitter off like that. So that's a great call by, you know, I think it's Coach Vo calling pitches. But, you know, get him back to his groove, get him back to his rhythm.
Yep, kind of a get-me-over off-speed pitch, and that was another one there by Spear, and a dandy. It's 0-2 quickly on Sherman.
Now you can throw that fastball they had outside or something, you know, breaking ball where it breaks away from the hitter.
I say I'd love to see one right at the letters from Spear. See if he can get him to chase.
Nice pitch.
And it's right on the oh my goodness, right off the outside corner. Maybe a few inches, Ryan. That was real close.
Yeah, good setup pitch, though. Now he still has basically, you know, his whole repertoire of pitches he can throw right here. So, although it was a ball, it wasn't necessarily the worst ball you're going to throw.
1-2 count. Schielk on first, 2 outs, top of the 4th. The Warhawks lead 2-1. Runner goes. This one gets away from Norton, and Schielk is going to try and take third, and he is in safely. So Schielk steals second and advances on the wild pitch. That one to the backhand side of Ryan Norton, a tough play for a catcher to make.
Yeah, that is tough, and kind of deflected off the brick wall a little bit, and the runner on, now it's on third base. He was going pretty good. I mean, he didn't have to slide or anything at second.
Yeah,
so.
He didn't slow down at all. Shield kept running, and now he's on third with 2 outs. That one dug out nicely by Norton in the left-handed hitter's batter's box. So now, after being up 0-2, Sherman runs it full against Spear with the runner now at third base. And that one stayed inside for ball 4, so a couple of walks here for Connor Spear here in the top of the 4th, and now runners are at the corners with 2 outs, and Norton giving the defensive signals to the Warhawk fielders.
Yeah, you could tell Norton was a little frustrated with himself after that first pass ball that got the guy to go from first to third. That's probably why the next pitch he had perfect form on his,
he
on
did.
his block.
And it's a good thing with the runner at third, as this one's hit foul by Connor Giusti, the third baseman, 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
Now I just got to let trust your defense.
0-1, 2 outs, top of the 4th. Runners at the corners. This one's hit foul again, and that one looked like a bit of a cutter from Spear, but Giusti was right on it. But it's 0-2 now to the third baseman for the Titans.
Yeah, he was on the first 2, so hopefully give him a little wrinkle right here and something out of the zone. There you go. Not a bad pitch.
That was outside on the fastball and a little low. So it's 1-2 now from Spear to Giusti, who's looking to tie the game and maybe even give the Titans the lead with a drive to the gap. Good high fastball from Spear, but Giusti lays off, and it's 2-2 now. Connor ahead of the last 2 hitters, 0-2, and now both working the count back in their favor a little bit.
Yeah, Connor still has to have the mentality that he's in charge, though. He still has the ball to give, so hopefully he doesn't give too much.
And he's got an open base, too.
Yep. So probably go something that's his most comfortable pitch.
There's a throw over to first, and they are going to get the runner. Shearman is picked off of first base, and now the first base coach for UW-Oshkosh arguing his case with the bases umpire. But the throw definitely beat him, and I know, Ryan, that we've talked with members of the Warhawk pitching staff, and they say even as a right-handed pitcher, Connor Spear has one of the best moves on the team.
Well, I'll tell you, he's quick, and a lot of this stuff when we talk about balks, and there's been a number of balks, so maybe that's a point of emphasis this year for the
And now a coach for UW-Oshkosh has been tossed. That's Kevin Tomaszewicz, and he is gone after arguing the pickoff play. And Ryan, we've had a couple of close pickoff plays go against UW-Oshkosh in this game, and I think Kevin Tomaszewicz had seen enough.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough because you're exactly right. There's been a couple plays, the stolen base, the pickoff, a couple pickoffs. I mean, they obviously went against Oshkosh, so.
So the frustration maybe boiling over a little bit for Tomaszewicz after the first game shutout that went in the Warhawks' favor, and a couple of calls this game that have gone the way of UW-Whitewater, and Kevin's been run from the game.
Yeah, I can't say I disagree with his frustrations. Obviously, like you said, Chris, the first game was pretty lopsided, and then I think that was the third call that would, if you're a Titan, you would say it went against you.
Yeah, it's really 3 50-50 calls that have all gone the Warhawks' way. Certainly the fans in purple are okay with that, as the Warhawks lead 2-1 here in the bottom of the 4th, as Ryan Norton will lead things off. I can take over. Okay. Norton takes the first pitch down low and in the dirt. And both the dugouts here at Miller Stadium are plenty fired up after that play at first as Norton hits one foul back into the screen.
You know, when you have the rivalry like we do with Oshkosh and, you know, the history with, you know, Coach Tomaszewicz and obviously playing for the Warhawks, then you factor in you're going to play a team this many times in 1 year.
Right.
You know, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that emotions are going to get involved at some point.
Well, and they're playing for the 4th time in a 4-day span. They're going to play 2 more times tomorrow up in Oshkosh. So probably won't get any less tense out here on the diamond, but it's all in good fun. It's fun to see as Norton launches one into center, and settling under it and making the catch is Modoff for the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that sounded better than it. I mean, obviously
it did.
It probably went about 385, but, you know, off the bat, it maybe I'm your prototypical fan where I get up for a fly ball and think it's gone, but it looked good off the bat.
It did. Maybe got it a little off the end of the bat. Also, the wind here at Miller Stadium not really playing a factor today, as it has earlier in the season, as Sturdivant takes a first pitch ball from Sherman.
Yeah, a lot of these games, you just get it up in the jet stream and it's going to be gone.
As Sturdivant swings through strike one, now both dugouts are active and loud. This game is 2-1 in the bottom of the 4th. 1 out, 1-1 count to Sturdivant. That one's on the outside corner, and Sturdivant talking to the home plate umpire now to see where that ball was located. And it's 1-2. This one's hit into shallow center and going to drop in front of Modoff for a base hit. He was out in front of what looked like a changeup, Ryan, and just kind of dropped it into shallow center.
Yeah, that's the beauty of baseball, is that it wasn't necessarily the greatest swing, kind of caught it off the end of the handle. You know, and the previous guy sends it 385 and gets an out on a well-struck ball.
So that brings us back to the top of the order with Zach Campbell. 1 out, the runner at first is Brian Sturdivant.
Yes, see what he does with the big hole on the right side if he actually sends Sturdivant again.
I would not be surprised if he does. No, not going on the first pitch, as this one's down and away. Down and inside, I should say, for ball 1. Anderson kind of stood up like he may throw over to first, but with the left-handed hitter up at the plate in Campbell, wouldn't expect that, as this one's thrown by Sherman and almost thrown away on the pickoff attempt to first base.
Yeah, it's a tough pick for the catcher, like you said, with a left-handed hitter up, unless you're, you know, Yadier Molina or somebody like that.
Maybe I was going to say Ivan Rodriguez for those 90s baseball fans. Dribbled to short, could be 2. Second for 1, and Campbell beats the throw. The ball is in the dirt, but it actually hit Campbell, and so Sturdivant retired on the force out. Campbell will reach on the fielder's choice, and that'll bring up Donovan Brandle, who had a couple of hits in game 1, and he's already got a base hit here in game 2.
Yeah, I've seen the ball well off this pitcher so far, so hopefully, again, you know, get something going with 2. I feel like that's kind of been our theme the first few innings, is get some runners on with 2, but then we just kind of leave them there. So hopefully he can get Campbell home.
Yeah, already 8 hits as this pickoff throw is thrown away.
He might go.
And Campbell might get all the way to third, as this one's up against the fence near the Hawk. Campbell's going to be thrown out. I think that took a pretty good bounce off that brick wall in front of the Hawks' nest, and a good throw over. I think that was the second baseman, Jackson Broom, that was backing up on the play, throwing all the way across the diamond on a hop, and Juicy applying the tag to get Campbell.
Yeah, I think there was some miscommunication between Zach and Vo. I think Vo was holding up the stop sign, then all of a sudden he kept going and then just turned into a first to third situation.
So an error charged to UW-Oshkosh with the runner advancing to second, Campbell. And then he was thrown out at third. Second time today, a runner's been thrown out at third for the Warhawks. Happened back in game 1. Nick Santoro tried to stretch a double into a triple, and he was thrown out at third. And I know that hurts a lot more with less than 2 outs, but certainly any anytime a runner's thrown out at third, it's definitely disappointing.
It's like the kind of Little League baseball. You never want to make the first out at third, the first or third out at third base.
Exactly. So we're just about to start the top of the 5th inning. And the Warhawks with a 2-1 lead. 8 hits for UW-Whitewater, but they've left 5 on base so far. UW-Oshkosh with 1 hit, the solo homer by Jared Schielk. Connor Giusti, who applied the tag to end the bottom of the 4th, will bat for the Titans. He's 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Connor Spear back out for his 5th inning of work as he delivers a ball down low. Spear with a couple of walks and 9 strikeouts so far for the right-hander. This one's lined toward the Warhawk dugout, and it's 1-1.
Yeah, hopefully the last inning was his kind of hiccup. You know, it's interesting when you look at a pitcher's stats and you kind of look at their line score each start. A lot of times they have one inning where it just doesn't go as smooth, and hopefully that was the 4th inning for Connor.
Two and one now, as this one's hit foul again by Connor Giusti. Titans again really fouling off a lot of pitches, extending a lot of counts, not swinging super early in the count against Brandle or Spear, as this one's skied into shallow left. Going out is Santoro and making the play for out number 2.
You know, that's a tough play, especially with a sky like this. I mean, that was about as close to a big league fly as you're going to get. Yeah, he got under that pretty good.
He did, and that correction first out of the inning, I apologize. And always a tough play here at Miller Stadium with the way the wind swirls. Always a tough play on those high pop-ups for any player to make.
Yeah, it's amazing how this wind can change in, a matter of a second, go from straight out to center to right and then back over to left. So you're right, it was a good play by Santoro.
All part of the charm here at James B. Miller Stadium, as this one is low and away, and it's ball 2. Spear starting to get behind hitters a bit of a disturbing trend as he nears the 80 pitch mark. As this one's hit out to left, and this one could be gone as well, and it is a home run for Griffith Lucas, and the Titans have tied the game at 2-2. 2 hits for the Titans, both solo homers, and it's 2-2.
Yeah, missed in a little bit, inner half the plate, and took advantage of it.
Yeah, and he was sitting on a 2-0 pitch there, and I think that was an off-speed pitch that he hit.
Yeah.
And so an impressive at-bat there from Griffith Lucas, the number 8 hitter in the Titans order, and he ties the game, and that brings up Jake Anderson, the Titans catcher, who is 0 for 1 with a strikeout.
Well, the last time they hit a home run, I think Connor struck the next guy out, and like I said before, that's something that you want to look for in a pitcher, how they bounce back after something like that. So hopefully Connor can, get ahead of
the strike zone really tightening here a little bit, as that one looked like a strike, was called a ball, and it's 2-0 quickly against Anderson, and Anderson was sitting dead red but missed that fastball, and it's 2-1.
And the sun's coming out, so this is nice.
Yeah. This one's outside, and Connor behind again at 3-1 against the number 9 hitter, Jake Anderson. Ball 4, so Spear walks another. That's the 3rd walk of the game for Connor. And we're back to the top of the order, and here comes John Vodenlich. And we could see a pitching change. I don't think we're going to, as he looks to be meeting with Spear and the Warhawk infield.
Connor still pitched a heck of a game so far.
Absolutely, has really made 2 mistakes, and that's been it. 2 solo homers for UW-Oshkosh in the game. He does have 9 strikeouts as well.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's the goal as a pitcher is to give yourself a team a chance to win, and that's what he's been doing so far. So, although he's had a couple walks and a couple hits that were home runs, he's still in a good spot.
And the Warhawks with plenty of chances offensively to score some more runs, maybe break the game open a little bit, and have been unable to kind of get that big hit, just kind of manufacturing a couple of runs. So hopefully the offense can continue to put runners on base and keep the pressure on Matt Shearman, the pitcher for UW-Oshkosh. 0-1 now to Modoff as this one's hit to left. This one's pretty deep, and this one's going to go. So the third home run of the game for UW-Oshkosh. This one's a 2-run shot by Modoff, his 5th of the year, and the Titans lead 4-2. Wheels falling off a little bit for Connor Spear, who was lights out who has been lights out, I should say, for a good portion of the contest, and now some commotion down in the Warhawks bullpen. Still just one out here in the top of the 5th. 3 runs are in, all coming via the home run. And Sean Cummins is the hitter for UW-Oshkosh. Oh, okay, so that was, okay. So that, I'm sorry, that last batter was Jackson Broom, the second baseman for UW-Oshkosh, hitting the home run. And that was Broom's first hit of the year and first home run in 2021. And it's 2-1 now from Spear to Eric Modoff, the leadoff hitter. One hop to second, and throwing over is Sturdivant for out number 2.
Yeah, good pitch. I think that location on the last batter was probably some of those locations he had the previous couple, for the home runs. But, again, Connor has not pitched that bad this game so far. And, Chris, you highlighted it too, has left a lot of runners on base, and obviously 8 hits through 4 innings, and we only got 2 runs. So, you got to trust your offense as we go forward as well.
Absolutely. A lot of baseball to be played here today, as this one's off speed and a strike to Sean Cummins, the right fielder for the Titans. So Lucas and Broom with home runs this inning around the walk by Spear. And now Connor quickly ahead 0-2 after the swing and miss by Cummins.
Yeah, now he's back to that form he was the first couple innings. I mean, that's everything he's doing looks a little bit different. So
that one's low and away, blocked nicely by Ryan Norton. 4-2 Titans, top of the 5th. 3 runs in here for UW-Oshkosh. This one's low and outside for ball number 2. So Jackson Broom didn't even play, was not a part of the first game for UW-Oshkosh. Comes in and delivers a big 2-run homer to give the Titans the lead, as Spears strikes out Cummins to end the top of the 5th. The Warhawks with a trail 4-2 as we head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Bottom of the fifth, the Warhawks with or I should say trailing 4-2 against UW-Oshkosh, as this one's driven foul on the first pitch by Brandle over the Titans dugout. Brandle is 1 for 2 in the game through the complete game shutout in the opener as he looks at ball one. Sherman back out for another inning as this curveball is hit foul against the brick wall behind home plate by Brandle, and it's 1-2. Titans with 3 hits, all of them home runs here in game 2. Jarrett Shielk, Griffith Lucas, and Jackson Broom doing the damage as Brandle swings at a ball in the dirt. Throw down to first is in time from Jake Anderson, and the Titans pitcher, Sherman, has his first strikeout of the game. Again, the Warhawks dominating the hit column here in game 2 with 8 hits, but have unfortunately left 5 on base. Also have grounded into a double play. Did that earlier in the game as this one's low and inside from Sherman to Tucker Criswell, who is in the DH spot here in game 2. He's 0 for 1 officially with a walk as he looks at ball 2 in the dirt. Criswell, a native of Tallahassee, Florida, grad transfer from Methodist University down in North Carolina, as he looks at strike 1. As this one's hit foul down the first baseline by Criswell. 2-2 now. The sun is out here at Miller Stadium. It's warming things up a little bit on the field as this one stays high for ball 3. And Criswell has worked a full count. The number 3 hitter for the Warhawks, designated hitter, looking to get a runner on base as he looks at strike 3. And that one, Criswell on his way to first base was about 2/3 of the way down the line before he realized that a strike had been called. And so 2 away quickly for Matt Sherman, who has a little momentum after the 3-run top of the 5th by the Titans as DeMeyer looks at strike 1. Warhawks right fielder is 1 for 2 in game 2. Continues his hot hitting as he looks at a ball away and low. And it's 1-1. This one's low and away and in the dirt, and it's 2-1 now. DeMeyer facing Matt Sherman, who has done a nice job for the Titans so far. He is allowed only 2 runs as this one's grounded to short, and the throw over by Staniski is good for the 3rd out of the inning. So the Warhawks go quickly in the bottom of the 5th, 1, 2, 3. We head to the 6th, and UW-Whitewater trailing 4-2. Top of the 6th, and Connor Spear is back out there, and this one's hit to left, and that is gone as Hunter Staniski starts the top of the 6th with another Titan home run. That's the 4th of the game, and that puts UW-Oshkosh ahead 5-2.
Still not out of hand, Chris. Still got a chance. 5-2, especially with this wind going out and some metal bats. You're still never out of the game. So,
without a doubt. And here comes John Vodenlich, and that's probably going to do it for Connor Spear. And we were a little surprised to see Spear back out on the mound. Spear is over 90 pitches for the game, 94 pitches to be exact. And looks like there's going to be just a brief meeting, actually. So it's 5-2. UW-Whitewater trails, and now Spear will come out of the game. So good effort by Connor with 10 strikeouts through 5+ innings. Not responsible for any runners on base, as there are no runners on base. So UW-Whitewater trails 5-2, and Connor Moroder will enter the game. Connor making his 6th appearance of the year, all in relief. 9 1/3 innings, 3 earned runs, 4 walks, 11 strikeouts. And Connor is 2-0 with a 2.89 ERA entering his 6th appearance.
Yeah, Connor Spear really didn't have that bad of a game. It's just he made a few mistakes, and Oshkosh just made every mistake pay.
They really did, and I guess their only criticism maybe got behind a couple of hitters as the game went on. I think the first home run back in the 5th inning was on a 2-0 pitch, but like you said, Connor really didn't pitch all that bad, but UW-Oshkosh made him pay for all of his mistakes that he did make. 10 strikeouts for Connor in his 5+ innings of work, and for as good as Connor's been this year, his ERA will go from 0 to about maybe just over 1 for the year. So the 30,000-foot view is that Connor's been spectacular so far this year, even after this performance today.
Well, and that's the thing, Chris. So you'd rather have that in game number 13 and not in game number 42 or 44 in the conference or regional tournament. So, and it's like anything else. Hopefully you can learn from it. You gotta, against some of these better teams, you gotta be a little bit more perfect than you are, against some of the lower tier teams in our conference.
Yep, and we did mention earlier, UW-Oshkosh, a very good offensive team. If you looked at their statistics, you'd notice that really it's been the pitching for the Titans that's been, I don't know if disappointing is the right word, but definitely their downfall a little bit, as this one's caught out in what ended up being about mid left field. Santoro running all the way out, and maybe now the wind playing a little bit of a factor, as he had to drift all the way out into like I said, medium depth in left field, and there's one out here in the top of the 6th.
Yeah, I think Coach Hernandez is probably going to have a little chat with his outfielders on that one. That definitely great play by Santoro, but that's a left fielder's ball right there. Yeah,
that should have probably been Corman's ball, but nonetheless, the out made, and it's 0-1 now as this one's driven out to center, and this is going to be caught. Nice running catch by Zach Campbell. I was about to say it's going to be extra bases for Matt Sherman, but Campbell got a good jump and made a nice running catch just in front of the 395 sign out in center field.
Yeah, that was a really, really nice athletic play by Campbell. You could tell right off the bat he got a beat on it and tracked it down.
Well, and that one low enough to where it really didn't catch in the wind there, Ryan, and which is swirling a little bit here and now maybe blowing a little bit out to center field here at Miller Stadium. As this one is a strike, and it's 1-1 to Connor Giusti, who is 0 for 2 today.
A lot of Connors today, Chris.
Connor pitching to Connor as Moroder deals another strike, and it's 1-2. And this is just what the doctor ordered so far, Ryan. Come in and throw strikes. Get outs, out-getters, as the Brewers would say, as this one is nice play made by Moroder off the mound, making the throw from the third base side of the mound and dug out on one hop by Donovan Brandle at first.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, Chris. That's the number one job of a reliever is to throw strikes. You know, obviously you want some stuff like Moroder's got some really good movement on his fastballs, breaking balls, but you know, when he gets up when he stands on the mound, when he's coming in relief, his one job is to throw strikes, and that's it.
Absolutely, and so after the solo homer by Staniski to start the inning, Moroder goes through the Titans' middle part of the order and retires 3 straight. So we're going to head to the bottom of the 6th, and Sherman's still on the mound making his warm-up pitches for UW-Oshkosh, and the Warhawks with 8 hits this game, but, you know, only 2 runs to show for it. And it's been the job of Matt Sherman to pitch well with runners on base, and he's done just that.
And you said he's a freshman too, right, Chris?
He is.
Yeah, it's too bad Kevin's not here to watch because I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with the way his freshman has been able to, control the 2-out damage and the runners in scoring position. He's done a great job so far.
Yeah, and I don't know if I should be this guy, but it seems like after Coach Tomaszewicz was run earlier in the game, that seems to have lit a little bit of a fire in the Titans, who have surged out to a 5-2 lead.
I think you're right. It probably did that, but the good thing about baseball is that we still have the 6th and the 9th innings, so some of that's going to wear off a little bit. So,
yep.
Get a couple across, get one across here and one in the 7th, and you're still in business going into the last 6 outs of the game.
Plenty of baseball to be played here at Miller Stadium. Bottom of the 6th. Nick Santoro leading off, and he takes a strike from Sherman. Nick is 2 for 2 here in Game 2. He came around to score in that 2nd inning for UW-Whitewater, as this one's low and away for ball 1. 5-2, Titans lead here in the bottom of the 6th. 1-1 count. Santoro swings over the top of a changeup, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch, tough one to make contact on.
Sherman at 77 pitches, so very manageable here in the 6th inning for the Titans coaching staff. And now Santoro steps out. He'll take a moment and dig back in for this 1-2 pitch. And this one's low and away, dug out by Anderson and thrown to first for the first out of the inning, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Matt Sherman.
Yeah, Sherman's been getting stronger as the game goes on, which as a coach, that's what you want out of your starting pitcher.
Definitely is, and he's making his 3rd start of the year, so he's, as a freshman, you get a couple of starts under your belt and maybe you feel a bit more comfortable out there, as this one is a strike on the outside corner to Sam Vomhoff, who is 1 for 2 here in the 2nd game.
You know, especially making a start here at Miller Stadium. It's an intimidating place.
That's grounded up the middle, hit hard, but right at the shortstop, Hunter Staniski, who hit the solo homer back in the top half of the inning. And 2 are away quickly for Matt Sherman. And that brings up Matt Corman for the Warhawks, who's 0 for 2. Corman does have an RBI, drove in a run with that ground out back in the 3rd. So the Warhawks looking to get something going with 2 outs. And Corman at the plate. Corman is the RBI leader for UW-Whitewater, as this one is right down the middle for strike 1.
Corman does a great job at kind of hitting that right center gap. So hopefully we can get something over there, get a double in the books, and then something from Norton on on deck.
And that one at the knees for strike 2 to Matt Corman. Corman with 4 doubles this year as he hits this one foul, so plenty of pop in that bat for Matt Corman. Looking to extend the inning here in the bottom of the 6th, trailing by 3. This one's low and away for ball 2. And the Warhawks have won the first 5 games against the Titans so far this year. Looking to make it 6 in a row, but they do trail here in the bottom of the 6th. This one's low and away again, and it's ball 3. Corman laying off another off-speed pitch in the dirt from Sherman.
Well, this will be interesting. A freshman, if he can, get a breaking ball over on a 3-2. Not saying he wanted to call this, but it's a big pitch for a freshman.
And he hits one and rounds right back to Sherman. And Sherman makes the throw over for out number 3. So another 1-2-3 inning for Matt Sherman. We head to the 7th, and the Warhawks trail the Titans 5-2.
Tommy Lange's microphone is not working.
Yeah, that wireless microphone that Tommy Lange, our much heralded and spirited public address announcer, up in the clubhouse today delivering his sweet music throughout the game, as this one's grounded to short. And Santoro makes the throw over to retire Griffith Lucas for the first out of the inning.
Tommy was complaining about the weather the other day, and I said, Tommy, you used to have a 6-foot table on the end of the dugout and do announcing from there. I said, we've come a long ways, Tommy.
Yes, we have. So Jake Anderson, the catcher, will be the second hitter of the inning against Connor Moroder. Taking over for Connor Spear with nobody out in the top of the 6th as he delivers a ball down low. Moroder's been very good in relief for the Warhawks here in 2021. He's making his 6th appearance, ERA under 3, because I know that can be very difficult to step in, especially in long relief for a starter, as he delivers a ball in the inside corner for strike 2.
Yeah, he might have one of his longer outings so far if he goes the distance.
And this one swung on and missed by Anderson for strike 3. So Moroder has been sharp here, retiring his first 5 hitters that he's faced, and that brings up Jackson Broom. Broom hit the 2-run homer in the top of the 5th, and now in his first at bat against Connor Moroder, as this one's taken for a strike. Good pitch by Moroder, kind of buckling the knees of Jackson Broom there for strike 2.
You're talking about the, the coach kind of getting kicked out and adding some, but
that one's grounded to short, and Santoro makes a perfect throw to first for out number 3.
Well, hopefully Moroder's inning can add a little motivation for the Warhawks coming in. Coming in, getting 1, 2, 3, getting them back in, getting them ready, getting them hungry.
Yeah, a little juice needed in that Warhawk dugout, as I think not only the 5 runs, but all via the home run, and that adds a lot of energy for any team, especially a team looking for its first win against an opponent in 6 tries this year.
Yeah, if we can get momentum in our dugout, I think that's gonna be huge for the next 3 innings.
So Matt Sherman is back out taking his warm-up pitches for the Titans. Sherman at 88 pitches, and again, he hasn't been outstanding, but he's been very, very good against this potent Warhawk lineup that scored 15 runs in the opener.
Yeah, he's done everything he's had to do so far, which is, if you're an Oshkosh fan, that's exactly what you want.
5-2 here in the bottom of the 7th. Much to the chagrin of Tom Lange, the 7th inning stretch not being played here at Miller Stadium.
Geez, Chris, when you put it like that, I'll probably hear about it on Monday. I'll get an email or a text from Tommy. What about the 7th inning stretch?
Yeah, he has always been an advocate for that song here at Miller Stadium. 5-2, bottom of the 7th, and Ryan Norton is the batter for UW-Whitewater. This one's lined into right for a base hit. So just what the doctor ordered, as Norton took a big turn at first, but getting to it in plenty of time was Sean Cummins. So first pitch of the inning, and Ryan Norton goes the other way for his 2nd hit of the game. Go ahead.
That's the attitude you got to have. That's the plan. Don't try to do too much. You're still 3 runs down. Just get some runners on base and let everybody else behind you hit you in.
Absolutely, and we may have a pitching change here for UW-Oshkosh. One of the assistant coaches coming out for a meeting, as Kevin Tomaszewicz, the head coach, was ejected earlier in the contest. Not sure which assistant coach it is, but Zach Deutscher and Skylar Bone, the assistants for the Titans. And a meeting at the mound, and we are all set to resume action here. Brian Sturdivant 2 for 2 at the plate here in Game 2 after not playing in Game 1. So nobody out. The runner at first is Ryan Norton. And the Warhawks, again, looking for base runners here, trailing 5-2 in the bottom of the 7th. First pitch swinging, and Sturdivant took a big rip and swung right through that changeup that hung high from Sherman for strike 1.
Yeah, it must have looked good, huh?
Yeah.
Stuff about the eyes.
There goes Norton, and the pitch is low and in the dirt, and Norton is going to steal second base without a throw.
Norton's got to be one of the faster catchers in the conference, if not the country.
And he had a good jump on that pitch, and the ball low and in the dirt. So that's his 4th stolen base of the year. As this one's low for ball 2, and it's 2-1 now to the Warhawks' second baseman. As I recall, I think Matt Miro had good speed as a catcher.
Mike Miro?
Mike Miro, excuse me. As this one's through the left side for a base hit. Norton had to hold as the ball was out in front of him, and Sturdivant has a single, and runners are at the corners with nobody out. And the tying run coming to the plate is Zach Campbell.
Exactly who you want up right now. He's got speed. So even if he hits a ground ball, Run's going to score, and probably not going to double a guy like that off. So
exactly, and now the assistant coach coming back out for the Titans, and that'll do it for Matt Sherman. He has done a really, really good job for the Titans He's scattered 10 hits over 6+ innings, but the Warhawks with only 2 runs to show for it. He is responsible for the runners at the corners, and the Titans' new pitcher will meet with the infield before taking some warm-up tosses. But as you said, Ryan, the Warhawks very much in this game in the bottom of the 7th, trailing by 3.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Sherman did a great job, you know, if you're a baseball fan, that was fun to watch because you said it best. He did scatter 10 hits around and obviously only gave up a couple runs over 6+ innings pitched. But, you know, if he continues that, he'll have a nice career at Oshkosh and the WIAC.
Well, pitching to contact, and you'd be remiss if you didn't mention the Titans' defense either. Without an error, and, you know, Sherman not a strikeout pitcher by any means. And so the Titans fielders have done a nice job of taking care of their business and making sure that zeros stay on the board.
That's why I always thought, you know, opponents that aren't necessarily strikeout pitchers would love coming to Whitewater and playing on a turf where there's not a bad hop. You know, a little different than playing at some of the other parks in the WIAC where, especially in the spring, you're not necessarily sure what the infield's going to look like.
So a couple of changes, Ryan, as we mentioned, the new pitcher for the Titans. It's Trevor Needswicki. Needswicki is a So Matt Sherman will stay in the lineup as the DH in the 5th spot in the order. And the new pitcher is Trevor Needswicki. Needswicki, a junior from Hawthorne Woods, Illinois, Lake Zurich High School graduate. A new runner for the Warhawks is Eric Hughes over at first base, freshman from Janesville Craig. Rival, of course, of Janesville Parker, where our color commentator today graduated from, as Hughes is off on the first pitch, and it's driven foul by Zach Campbell into the netting behind home plate. So Sturdivant is out, and Hughes is in the game as a pinch runner.
That's a tough play, Chris. I mean, Hughes had that base stolen where there wouldn't have been a throw, but then you have a lefty up, and obviously Zach can't necessarily see what's in front of him. So, you know, that's too bad because Hughes was about 3/4 of the way down before the ball even, you know, approached home plate on that. So.
Well, and that's always something, Ryan, that you see when relief pitchers come in is normally they don't pay as much attention to the base runners, and you see a lot of steal attempts, especially from a John Vodenlich coach team, as aggressive as they are on the base paths.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what he does with the runner on third base and nobody out, and a guy like Zach Campbell who he can hit to contact.
Well, and the Titans certainly willing to concede the run. If Campbell hits one hard at a middle infielder, they got a chance to turn 2. There goes Hughes again. This one's driven into left, and it's going to be caught down the line, and it's too shallow to score the runner from third, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can tell Zach is frustrated with that one, but
yeah, not a productive at bat there from Zach, and I'm sure he would tell you that himself, as Shielk makes the catch in left field. So runners remain at the corners, and again Hughes had second base stolen again, but unfortunately had to scamper back to first to avoid being doubled off, and that'll bring up Donovan Brandle, who's 1 for 3.
Yeah, another lefty who's not going to be able to see exactly where Hughes is at in the base paths before he swings.
As Brandle squares to bunt, the throw is over to first, and Hughes is back with the head first slide.
Probably a smart decision to throw over there a couple more times after, you know, Hughes basically had 2 bases stolen on the previous batter.
Yeah, Needswicki now with definitely a little more attention over to first base. As there goes Hughes again, and he's going to have a steal of second base without a throw.
Hughes has got some giddy up. He's pretty quick too.
He definitely is, and
I know Coach Vo likes to use him as a pinch runner quite a bit. So by the end of his freshman year, he's going to have a number of appearances.
Well, and that's a real role for anybody, especially come postseason when you need every run you can get. As this one's driven foul into the bullpen area of UW-Oshkosh and out of play.
And I'll give Vo's one of those kind of prototypical major league managers where he does really have a role for a pinch runner. Even when I was playing and I was coaching with him, he definitely had his first person off the bench that was a pinch runner, and I think they understood their roles as well.
So second and third, 1 out, 1-1 count. This one's hit foul again by Brandle, and it's quickly 1-2 to the Warhawks first baseman.
Yeah, Brandle, 1-2 behind the count, 1 out. If he can roll something over on the right side, at least get a base runner or get a runner in and one over to third base, and who knows?
Well, it's a marathon, not a sprint, and like you said, just can get a run home here, run home there, at least keep the pressure on UW-Oshkosh as this one is driven to the right side and through for a base hit. Scoring from third is Norton, and scoring from second is Hughes, as Brandle makes it 5-4 now, UW-Oshkosh, after the run-scoring hit through the right side.
Yeah, smart baseball right there. Everybody was on the move on the crack of the bat and really didn't have a play at the plate for Hughes, and obviously he's pretty quick, but really nice piece of hitting by Brandle.
For sure, and just drove it to that right side, and as a runner from second, anytime it's to the right of the bag, to the right of second, you're moving, and Hughes was, and he was in full speed all the way from second to score on that hard hit baseball through the right side.
Yeah, easy decision for Coach Vo to send him on that.
Throw over to first, and Brandle's back. So Donovan with an excellent day, not only with the 2-hit shutout on the mound in the first game, but he's got 4 hits in the doubleheader. As Criswell swings at a ball in the dirt, Brandle is going to advance to second on the wild pitch.
I don't know about that slide, Chris. That was kind of a pitcher slide.
Very much so, and you just hope that he doesn't get hurt on a play like that, as Brandle's been a valuable member of that rotation. Maybe a little surprised that he kept him in running, but, with another at-bat potentially coming, I think Vo wants to keep him in the lineup. A little different from softball where you can re-enter into the lineup.
Chris, I'm still learning the rules. That's one of them. I think I just got to take a rule book home and start reading it and go in situations.
1-1 to Tucker Criswell with 1 out. Brandle's out at second after the wild pitch. Swung on and hit hard to the right or the left side, and stopped by Staniski. Throw to first is in time to get Criswell. Criswell maybe a little not running as well as he had earlier in the season due to that injury, and Staniski bobbled but had time to throw him out and get him by a step. Brandle advanced to third on the play, so with 2 outs that brings up Jacob DeMeyer, the Warhawks cleanup hitter.
I think I inadvertently said no on that because Brandle went to third, and it's kind of the rule of thumb: if it's to your right, you don't go, and if it's to your left, you go. And
right.
I thought the shortstop was going to throw over to third. I thought he had an easy play to get Brandle at third, but
well, it was a bit of a bobble there by Staniski, and it was going to his backhand side, so the play would have been right in front of him to make a throw. And I'm with you. I thought Brandle was out, as this pitch is low and away for ball 1.
But he did make a nice play on first base, so
heck of a play just to get an out, for sure. And I think Criswell with a bad wheel, maybe not running as well as he had prior to that injury, as this one's driven to center, and that is down for a base hit, falling just in front of Eric Modoff, and the Warhawks tie it. Mr. Clutch, Jake DeMeyer, who has been white hot for the Warhawks, his second hit of the game, and it's tied at 5-5 here in the bottom of the 7th.
That's the second time. That's a tough play for the center fielder. Ball right at him, and I think he's had 2 or 3 of those so far. And it's one of those where you're kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't. You take a dive at it and it goes back to the fence, and you got a guy on third base with 2 outs. Or if you let it up, you just give up 1 run, and he stays on first.
There goes DeMeyer, and he's got second base stolen. Woof, he had a good jump from first base. And maybe Vo anticipating an off-speed pitch there to Santoro on the first offering, and DeMeyer didn't even draw a throw down to second.
No, it wasn't even worth it. He was already there before the catcher got the ball almost.
So Jacob in scoring position for Santoro, who takes ball 2 upstairs. And again, now the momentum shifting again, as we often see in these rivalry-type games. The Warhawks, with the momentum on their side, have tied the game at 5.
Yeah, if we can, like I said, if we can keep it for the last 3 innings, I think it's going to look good for the Warhawks.
That one stays high for ball 3, so Santoro way ahead of Niedzwicki, 3-0. Big 2-out hit by Jacob DeMeyer to tie the game. He stands out at second after the stolen base. And that one stays high for ball 4, so Santoro draws a 4-pitch walk, and that'll bring up Sam Vomhoff. And another trip to the mound coming for the Titans coaching staff. There is some activity down in the UW-Oshkosh bullpen, and we'll see if they make a change with 2 outs in the bottom of the 7th.
Yeah, not the worst thing you can do if you're Oshkosh. You know, one of the better opponents hitting, and you know you got a base open, first and second. Now the infield has a play at basically every base, so not horrible, but who knows?
Yeah, with the base open there, and Santoro already with 2 hits in the game. You know, maybe Niedzwicki didn't feel the need to try and force in a pitch there and give him something to hit with the runner out in scoring position.
But a lot of that is, like you said, Chris, you know, we got the momentum, so everybody gets a little bit tighter. You know, Oshkosh was playing pretty free for the first 6 innings and playing pretty loose, and now it's now we're back to zeros.
Well, and if you looked at the hit column, Ryan, 12-4 in favor of the Warhawks. In a normal game, you'd think it'd be maybe 8-5, 9, 8-2, 9-2, something like that. The game is tied at 5-5. All 4 of the Titans' hits have been home runs.
Yeah, we've seen a 17 strikeout game. If they end up with 4 hits and 4 home runs, that's going to be.
That one is on the inside corner for strike 1.
Those are 2 stats that I don't think either of us have ever seen in a game, whether it's Little League to Major League Baseball.
No doubt about it. And again, if you're the Titans, you know, you really kind of need this game. Already 5 losses against the Warhawks this year. As this one's hit out to right center, and that's going to drop and get all the way to the wall. Around third is scoring is DeMeyer. Santoro's going to score, and Vomhoff has a 2-run triple to give the Warhawks a 7-5 lead. What a turnaround here in the 7th.
Yeah, that's another one of those plays by the center fielder. That's tough. What do you do?
Right, we've seen about 3 balls hit like that out to center, and kind of took a bad angle to it, did Modoff, and that ball rolled under him all the way to the fence. And Vomhoff easily into third, and if there's any kind of bobble, he would have been scoring on the play.
Oh, for sure. He was cruising.
So 7-5, bottom of the 7th, 3 runs in for the Warhawks with 2 outs in the inning. One on the RBI single by DeMeyer, and the other on the 2-run triple by Sam Vomhoff. And we're going to have another pitching change for UW-Oshkosh.
You know, Chris, we finally came through with, some 2-outs hits. We've been, the first 5 innings, I feel like we've had runners on base with 2 outs and really just haven't really done much.
Yep, Warhawks finally getting some hits with runners on base here in the 7th inning. 5 runs in already. And another runner out there is Sam Vomhoff at third base with 2 outs. The new pitcher for the Titans, it looks like number 45, Alex Larson, a senior from Rockton, Illinois, graduate of Hononegah High School. And if we could hear Tommy Lange over the public address, we would try and confirm that, but it does look like 45. Alex Larson. Larson making his 4th appearance of the year, 6 innings, 7 strikeouts. He does have an 0-1 record as well here in 2021.
Ononega, we've had some players from Ononega in the last few years.
We have. Number of teams here at UW-Whitewater with kind of that Rockford, suburban Chicago feel. Certainly Warhawk softball, one of those teams. A number of Illinois natives, several here on the Warhawk baseball team as well. Certainly an area that, a lot of the state schools here in Wisconsin have been able to recruit to. Oshkosh, one of those schools as well. UW-Platteville has also been one of those schools actively recruiting in the Chicagoland area, and certainly a lot of talent down there, obviously a higher population as well. And, a lot of those schools, in stark contrast to the UW system schools, are a little bit harder for middle class income families to access.
No, for sure, and we would be remiss if we didn't mention the famous Daytona Bryden, who went to Ononega as well.
Yes. Daytona, a player of the year in Division III when he was a senior in 2018. I don't think I'll ever see this again. Hit for the cycle twice. I think all those games were before April. It might have even been before April 1st. Definitely in the non-conference part of the season. This one's lined to center by Corman, and the Warhawks take an 8-5 lead as Vomhoff trots home from third. So the Warhawks continuing to add up the hits in the hit column. 14 hits for the Warhawks, 18 hits in the opener, that 15-0 win. And Ryan, these Warhawk bats have come alive here in the 7th inning with runners on base.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time before they start getting comfortable and back to where they should be. They never, and that's the best part about a John Vodenlich coach team, is that you're never going to deviate from the plan. You're going to stick to the plan no matter what happens, whether you're down by 3, down by 4, you're going to stick with it. And I think that's what's really valuable about, the way that Coach Vo coaches those hitters. Don't try to do too much. Stay with it. If you're making hard outs, don't change anything. And that's what a lot of our guys were doing. They're having some really quality at bats. So it's just getting that big hit with 2 outs. And obviously this inning we've had a number of big hits with 2 outs.
Yeah, 4 runs crossing the plate after 2 outs. As throw over to first, Corman was leaning a little bit towards second, but dives safely back into the base.
With the hitters hitting the way they are, if Coach Vo sends them, I'm going to have a talk with him after that. You don't want to take the bat out of a guy's hand when you've had about 4 or 5 hits in a row.
Another throw to first, and Corman's back. 1 strike to Ryan Norton, who in the game is 2 for 3. And we're already almost coming back around in the lineup to Eric Hughes, who pinch ran for Brian Sturdivant earlier in the inning.
These are the times when you're a kid like Hughes, you're just praying that you get a hit.
And there's a hit toward the left side, fielded by the third baseman, Giusti, and thrown to second for the force out, but not without a lot of damage for the Warhawks. 6 runs in the inning. 6 hits for the Warhawks. They do leave the runner on base, but the Warhawks take an 8-5 lead as we head to the top of the 8th. Again, 5 runs, 4 hits for UW-Oshkosh, all home runs. UW-Whitewater with 8 runs on 14 hits. So that run total finally starting to reflect the number of hits the Warhawks have had here in the contest.
Chris, you're putting a lot of faith in Tommy Lange by waiting for his line score before you say your own line score.
Well, if our statistician to my left hadn't prematurely entered through on our statistics software, I could have seen the line, but he jumped the gun a little bit. So Connor Moroder back out for the Warhawks has been very efficient with his pitches, Ryan. 16 pitches through 2 innings of work. That's getting it done. Yeah,
and that's what we talked about with the other Connor Spear. He's striking everybody out. It wasn't necessarily the most efficient.
Running his pitch count up.
Exactly. Right. So now hopefully we can get another 8-pitch inning, 3 outs, and get back in there and get their hitting again.
Well, and Connor again has been really good, Ryan, in this kind of long relief role through a number of innings. earlier in the week, I believe. Let's see, I believe it was the first game against UW-Oshkosh on Tuesday. He threw 3 2/3, allowed 1 run, and earned the win. So kind of in that long relief role again for the Warhawks. As this one's lined to center and caught by Zach Campbell, who's in perfect position. These Warhawk fielders, the outfielders always playing shallow. Is that kind of a philosophy thing with Coach Vodenlich, or do you kind of adjust to the lineup you're facing?
No, I think it goes back to, one, I think we have superior athletes over a lot of other teams, so we're gonna be able to get back on the ball quicker than most. But I think it goes back to what we said with Coach Vo, is that he's aggressive. If you're an aggressive coach on defense, you're going to play in a little bit with your outfielders. They're going to force you to beat you over your head, and you're going to trust your pitchers as well. That goes back to what you said, Chris, is that our pitching staff has a lot of depth. So if you're sitting in center field, you're confident that you're not going to get beat over the head with a batted ball off of one of our starting pitchers or relievers like Connor.
So 1-1 now to Sean Cummins, who is 0 for 3 with 3 strikeouts so far today. He lines this one in the gap in right center, and Campbell is over to cut it off and throws quickly into the infield into the cutoff man Vomhoff. And Ryan, as you just alluded to, Zach Campbell with the good speed, able to cut that ball off before it rolled to the wall and hold Sean Cummins to a single.
Yeah, Chris, and those are, there's a lot of plays in all sports, whether it's football, basketball, baseball, soccer, that doesn't necessarily make the box score or see it on the stat sheet, but that's one of those plays that was really, really well done. That's how you play the game of baseball, and especially how you play the position of center field. I mean, any other team, that's probably a double, but Zach got a good beat, went to the gap, good angle of pursuit, got it in quickly, hit the cutoff man, and he was stuck to a single.
And ball 1, and if I'm not mistaken, that might be a pinch runner over at first base.
I did see a pinch runner.
For Sean Cummins, yeah, trying to see what that number is, as it's ball 1 to Hunter Staniski. And this one's grounded to third. Throw over to second for 1. Relay not in time, as the throw is a little bit low from Vomhoff. And Brandle had a glove on it but was unable to dig it out for the out. Also, for the Warhawks, the new third baseman is number 12, Adam Hill.
That was a good turn, though. I mean, that was some good speed on, two chopper over to the third baseman, good turn by the second baseman. I think if you ask Brandle any other day, he probably said he should have had it, but it goes back to Zach's play in center field that held him to a single and able to get the lead runner at second base.
So 2 away now, 1-0 count. The runner at first is Staniski, as this one's low and inside for ball 2. Try and figure out who that pinch runner was, that mystery runner for the Titans. That was thrown out at second, as this one's taken for strike 1.
It is tough with these uniforms, especially Oshkosh. You're in kind of black on black with some white outlines. If you're not within 15 feet, you really can't see who it is.
Correct. As this one is going to be a pass ball. It looks like maybe Norton was crossed up on that play, Ryan. I'm not sure what happened there, but the ball right at kind of letter level for Norton, and he just dropped it.
Yeah, those are the things where I'm surprised you didn't hear Bo say something out of the dugout about being lazy. And I think you're right. It did look like Norton got crossed up a little bit. So hopefully they're on the same page with whatever sign they're using with the runner on second base now.
Still 8-5, top of the 8th. Runner at second now in scoring position, as this one's popped into shallow right. And going out to make the play is Sam Vomhoff for the third out of the inning. So a big pitch from Moroder there after falling behind 3-1. We head to the bottom of the 8th, and the Warhawks with an 8-5 lead. And back here in the bottom of the 8th, and Campbell is doubled off first after the line out to right by Donovan Brandle. Nice play by Ethan Schreier, who just entered the game as a pinch runner and then stayed in right field, replacing Sean Cummins. And we head to the top of the 9th, and the Warhawks have an 8-5 lead. 5 runs, 5 hits for the Titans. 8 runs, 14 hits for the Warhawks. No errors by either team here in the second game of this doubleheader. And Ryan, it's been an entertaining game here in this nightcap.
Yeah, it's been a fun one to watch, and fortunate enough we're able to, you know, do some color commentating and, you know, show the folks our live stream as well. And obviously for the parents that are here, they're getting to see a good game. And, you know, if you're Oshkosh, you saw a good first 5 innings of this game, and like I said, their pitcher did a great job, and now it's kind of been the Warhawks' turn to really take over, and hopefully Connor can continue to throw strikes and get back in there after 8 pitches.
Yeah, the final line on Sherman, he ended up throwing 6+ innings, 4 runs all earned, 10 hits, 3 strikeouts, so really pitched to contact nicely for the Titans and held the Warhawks in check until that 7th inning. Put the first 2 runners on base, and after that it was all Warhawks. 6 runs in the frame to take an 8-5 lead. Moroder's back out there for his 4th inning in relief, and he throws a first pitch strike. And Ryan, we talk about Connor Moroder, a guy who's battled injury throughout his career. You know, he's a guy who transferred in to UW-Whitewater, originally from Pewaukee, Wisconsin. He's done a little bit of everything for the Warhawks. This year he's been kind of a designated hitter and pitcher for UW-Whitewater. And he's in his 4th inning of relief, really shutting the door after Connor Spear gave up the 4 home runs to the Titans.
Yeah, this is a good year for Connor so far. You know, it's I know we've talked about Connor on the previous telecast as well, but he's a great kid, great person, great Warhawk, and you know, anytime you can overcome that many injuries and overcome that adversity is huge. And I think a lot of the, you know, the kind of the trials and tribulations that he went through rehabbing and not necessarily getting better, it's really made him a stronger athlete. I think he's mentally tougher than he probably was when he came here, and some good stuff.
2-2 to Sherman is hit foul by the Warhawks dugout. Good hustle by Brandle to try and track that one down, but that was just out of the reach.
Yeah, I think Brandle's probably going to go grab some dinner and go to bed until, you know, tomorrow's bus ride. He's had a big day so far, and then he got to do stuff like that. It doesn't stop for a kid like Brandle, which is good.
Yeah, hoping to get games in tomorrow at Oshkosh. The weather not looking promising as this one's grounded to third. Throw across the diamond is a little low, but dug out by Brandle. So Adam Hill with a nice play on that hard-hit ground ball by Matt Sherman, and one away from Moroder here in the top of the 9th.
Yeah, baseball's an interesting game. You know, a guy like Matt Hill comes into the game, and all of a sudden he's got to make 2 pretty good plays. And that was you know, although it's turf like we said, that was kind of that tough in-between hop on that 3rd one, and makes a good play and a good pick by or a good catch by Brandle over at first.
Yeah, Adam Hill, another player from the Milwaukee area. He's from Wauwatosa East, making his way to the southwest to attend UW-Whitewater, as this one is low and away from Moroder, and it's quickly 2-0 against Giusti, who is 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
Got to give a shout out to Jake Walters, one of the best athletes to ever put on a Warhawk uniform for football and basketball, and I think he was a Tosa East grad. And I was here just at the tail end of his career, and my fondest memories of Jake Walters is we played flag football, and he basically won the intramural championships for us. He was amazing. I think he might have been All-American punt returner, All-American safety, and I think he was like an all-defensive team on the basketball court, and he was about 5'10", and I think he could throw down like a kid that was 6'5", so definitely a freak athlete.
And a 5-pitch at bat and a walk registered by Connor Giusti. So a 1-out base runner for the Titans, trailing by 3 here in the top of the 9th. And that brings up Griffith Lucas, who is 1 for 3 in the game. Yeah, Walter, I know certainly I believe a Warhawk Hall of Famer, if I'm not mistaken, a member of the Athletics Hall of Fame. And, you know, like you said, one of the better athletes who's come through UW-Whitewater, excelling, not only playing in, but excelling in a couple of sports.
Yeah, and there's stories about when he was in high school that I think he played football, baseball, basketball, and ran track because baseball is a summer sport when he went to Tosa.
And that one's check swing for a strike, but the ball does get away from Norton, and Connor Giusti scampers over to second base. That run relatively meaningless, but it does take the force out away at second base. So runner in scoring position now for Griffith Lucas.
You know, a little ground ball to Adam Hill, keep the runner at second base, throw across the diamond, 2 outs, keep him there. That'd be nice right now.
Absolutely, but I'd take any out right now as Connor just trying to get through this 9th inning and have the Warhawks still in the lead. Never want to put a guy on a walk, especially with a lead, but hopefully Connor can hold the Titans at bay here and end this game with a 2-game sweep today, as this one's hit foul over the Warhawks clubhouse and out of play. 1-2 now to the right-handed hitting first baseman, Griffith Lucas. Moroder pitched 3 2/3 in relief back on Tuesday at Oshkosh, and now in his 4th inning of relief here for UW-Whitewater today, as it's 2-2 now, as that one stayed high.
You know, Chris, that's a good point. You know, that's a lot of work for Connor, and I think if you're in a normal year, you're probably used to it, but, you know, a lot of these guys didn't play summer ball, so they probably didn't, you know, have this much intensity, you know, this intensity of level of play that they've experienced now from probably the summer of, who knows.
Right.
You know, whatever I guess it'd be the spring of
19.
19 was probably the last time that you have this much intensity and this much exertion on your body. So if Connor can get out of this inning and get through this would be a good test for him. That's a check swing. He did not go, says the umpire. Ryan Norton, the catcher, disappointed with that call, but it looked like he did hold up, and it's 3-2. Now Moroder in some trouble here. You don't want to bring the tying run to the plate. And so Norton with a full count, 1 out, runner at second. And the pitch is just off the inside corner, maybe a little bit low. And another walk issued as Lucas takes first base. And now John Vodenlich coming out for a meeting and maybe a substitution here. Yeah, that looked like a good pitch, but, you know, obviously we're not right behind the catcher and we're not seeing where it's going over the plate, but it looked like a decent pitch from here.
Looks like it might be a pinch hitter for UW-Oshkosh as well. Number 16 is heading to the plate, Zach Taylor, a freshman from Long Grove, Illinois, and graduate of Stevenson High School. And Moroder's going to stay in the game, so Vodenlich maybe trying to buy a little time for his bullpen to get ready as well. I saw Matt O'Sullivan sprint out to the bullpen from the dugout. So the tying run at the plate now, Zach Taylor, a freshman pinch hitter, will step in for the catcher, Jake Anderson.
You know, Connor's a senior too, so you got to trust him that he's been here before, you know, and trust his mental makeup that he's going to make some pitches right here like that one.
There's the first pitch strike to Zach Taylor, who again is coming in cold off the bench, has not played in either game yet, and the freshman stepping into a high-pressure situation here with runners on, representing the tying run for the Titans, as this one is maybe a little low again for ball 1. Home plate umpire has not been in favor of that low strike here in this game. Next pitch is good, off speed, and he had Taylor out in front, but he does manage to foul it off. 1-2 again. These Titan hitters, Ryan, really putting together some nice at-bats here in this second game, really working into the pitch counts of both Connor Spear and Connor Moroder.
Yeah, and that could have been their plan, work the count, get the starter out of there at earlier than they did in the first game, obviously with Brandle, and you're right, they've had some good approaches up there and fouled off some decent pitches. So.
And this one's hit over towards second. Nice play made by Sam Vomhoff. Made that play look easy, Ryan, on that ground ball to his left, and a big second out for Connor Moroder. And with the base open, that brings up Jackson Broom, who hit a 2-run homer back in the 5th inning.
Yeah, Chris, that was a great play, and it's funny because I thought he was going to bend over a little bit more, but he kind of stayed tall and made a good throw to first base, and hopefully we can get this guy on, as you said, any out will take, right?
Yeah, and as you mentioned earlier, that turf kind of bounces a little bit truer, and maybe Vomhoff, having practiced numerous times out here, maybe realized what that ball was going to do coming off the turf, and like you said, kind of stood tall a little bit, but managed to make the play as Broom swings at a first pitch strike. This one's hit foul against the screen, and the Titans are down to their final strike. With runners out at second and third, Broom representing the tying run for UW-Oshkosh. So Moroder looking to close this game out. Pitch is low and away, a good off-speed pitch from Connor Moroder, and it's 1-2. 8-5 Warhawks, top of the 9th, 2 outs. Runners at second and third. Jackson Broom, the hitter, is the tying run for the Titans. Low and away, ball 2, and the count now level at 2-2.
Still ahead, still got a base open, still got another ball. I think Connor's thinking that he's still fine. It's interesting. So Campbell straight away, I thought he would have been a little shaded towards left, but he obviously got some scouting reports that I don't have.
And a foul ball by Jackson Broom, and that ball skipped away from Ryan Norton, so would have been a tough play to throw him out at first base.
Yeah, I think it was good that was a foul ball because I have to believe it probably would have been bases loaded with 2 outs.
Agreed. It would have been a tough play kind of going the other way for Norton. Would have had to turn around and make a good throw to first. This one's grounded back toward Moroder. Picks it up and takes his time. Throws to first for the 3rd out of the game, or of the inning, and the final out of the game. And Moroder is pumped after throwing the final 4 innings of the game. And UW-Whitewater picks up an 8-5 win here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. And Ryan, really another great performance from the Warhawks. Used big innings to their advantage, both in Game 1 and Game 2.
Yeah, showed a lot of character there. They're down against a good rivalry team. Their pitchers, pitching to contact, like you said, Chris. But stay the course, stay in your lane, and do your job. And that's what they did a great job today. So exciting for the Warhawks to have this start. And anytime you beat a conference team 6 times in a row, that's just hard to do. It doesn't matter whether in the top of the rankings or the bottom of the rankings. That's tough to beat anybody 6 times in a row.
So the Warhawks improved to 13-2, 7-1 in the WIC. 2 games scheduled at UW-Oshkosh tomorrow, weather permitting. So check out uwwsports.com. We'll have the latest schedule information. Ryan Callahan, interim AD, thank you so much for joining us here in Game 2. And we thank all the fans back home for listening. Again, Game 2 final, 8-5. UW-Whitewater finishes off UW-Oshkosh for a 2-game sweep. Thanks again for joining us. Have a good rest of the evening.